Hey everybody! Yes, this is the Afterchat. Wow, Sean Weiland, you do me a great service by saying this sounds like bad gear. I'll take it. I made that song. That is the one of the newest tracks from the Violent OMs that I work with. I work with the Violent OMs to make interesting electronic tracks. That's probably going to be the last time we hear that song too. I've got a new one. So the link is in the description for the After Chat on Discord. If you want to join and talk, which is kind of the point of this whole thing, is to do the talky talk, then you might want to take the link in the description to become a member over on the Discord. Let's see if that's working. Is this working now? Oop, see, that's not the right size. Why was this not? The chat pop-up used to work. Also, there's going to be a lot more of me screwing things up. That happens a lot more on the after chats. That's kind of how they go. Oh, I know what the problem is. I'm trying to get things set up. After chat is a lot more free form. We just have fun out here screwing around a little bit. Try and answer a lot of ham radio questions though. That's our goal. And the best way, again, to get in on that is join the Discord, because we feed from the Discord for questions. But also, I will look at. There we go. We got that sorted out. So, and there you go. Cool. All right. Now we can begin. So the way this works is I hop in the Discord, and it sounds a little bit like this. Maybe. Let's see. Shaboom and shaboom.
Because I had an issue with my Honda after 2 years.
Howdy.
Filter was
Liberty Gibbets!
How's it going, everybody? Thanks for joining us on the After Chat. Whoo, buddy, we got a big group here today. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. So, yeah, all right. So we are now in a live Discord voice chat is what we're doing right now. What we're simulcasting to YouTube and Twitter. You're seeing me, but you're hearing the audio in your ear holes of all the voices of the people that are on the Discord voice chat right now. And we generally go to them for questions, comments, because we got a lot of really smart ham radio people in here. So avail yourself of that. How's it going, everybody?
It's going good. How are you tonight?
Doing good, Josh. Living the dream.
I'm on cloud 9 since I saw that LED turn on. I don't know if the damn thing works, but you see an LED to me turn on, I'm part of the way there.
Mine did the exact same thing earlier today, Josh. I say you have a winner.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a hardware version of Hello World.
Yes,
yeah, mine does that, but it does not have any audio, and it does not do any FT8.
Oh,
hey, Josh, I'll be watching for you. I just got my regular radio up, the 7610, and the beam is pointed at your area, SoCal.
Joe's in the house. Joe Eisenberg.
Yes.
Thanks for joining me, buddy. All right. Yeah, I will say, Joe, there's no way I was going to do a live stream of trying to roll those Toroids. I had to. I got up early and I wound all those up before I went live, because those are impressive. Those are no joke Toroids.
I didn't think they were that bad, Josh. I really didn't, and that was the first time I've ever had a Toroid.
Really? Well, good for you. Well, then, hey, you know what? Kit building is going to be easy for you. You're going to love it if you don't mind those Toroid. The multi-tap Toroid is probably the hardest one. It's just a lot to do.
For me, rolling those Toroids was easy. It was just the same thing you had, trying to get the damn thing through the board.
Yes. Yes, the 6 runs, that one was the biggest one, the biggest issue. But all right, so we have a way we normally do the after chats, and we like to welcome people who are out here for the first time, and we try and answer people who are new to the Discord, not necessarily new to ham radio, but if they have questions they'd like to ask and they're here for the first time, that if they'd like, say hi, introduce yourself, and if you have a question, go ahead and ask it. And I will remind everybody on the YouTube and the Discord, YouTube and Twitch, if you are also in the Discord, mute your YouTube and Discord. You're going to be super delayed. So just listen to the Discord if you are in the Discord. Okay? All right. So anybody new here for the first time that would like to introduce themselves, say hi, or whatever.
My name's Sledgehammer. First time here. Just passed my tech exam about 5 hours ago. Just looking
5
for
hours
some,
ago. Congrats.
Yeah, thanks. Just looking for like some beginner hardware tips. I live in an HOA.
Okay.
I sort of need to like stealth mount an antenna somewhere.
So you've got your attic. Do you have access to your attic?
I do, but I do have central air, so there is metal ducting that goes through.
Doesn't matter. If the option is no antenna versus an antenna in your attic that might be by metal ducting, I would go with metal ducting every day of the week. So put that up. You can put up a flower pot antenna. You can put up a disguised antenna that looks like other things that generally does not attract the ire of HOA people. There are quite a few videos on camouflaged antennas that you can look up. Generally, I would say give it a shot on just putting a vertical antenna up, nothing too big, just on the side of your house that's away from view, and see how it goes. And if people get wise to it and they ask you to take it down, well, that's fine. Just take it and put it inside your attic then. You know what I mean? I'd start with outside, see if that works, and if it doesn't work, then put it in the attic.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, Josh. I'm also new.
Hey,
I've got two.
Who was that?
That is Gabe.
Gabe. Okay, I see ya. Go for it.
I'm a general going for my extra soon. Just bought a house, and I am not in an HOA, but my lot is extremely small.
Like
and
mine.
while I appreciate the antenna farm that you have on top of your house, I was looking for something that I'm right on the corner at the front of the neighborhood, and looking like that might be a little weird. And then my other question is, do you have any clue when the QDXs are shipping?
No.
End of July is tomorrow, and I would like, yeah.
So I have no idea when any of those QDXs are shipping. I don't know. I'm not affiliated with any of the companies for QRP. Does anybody know any more information on that? I'll just reach out to the chat room, see if anybody knows. In voice chat, anybody? I think the answer is we don't know. Hans.
I will tell you that I bought mine in May with the first batch, and I received mine in July the 13th, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a 2-month delay. Just be prepared for that. The first ones will probably come out really quick. And then the ones that ordered later, it takes them a while to get them all shipped out from someplace in Sedalia, Missouri, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So, Gabe, let me ask you a question. What type of lot are we talking about? How big is your lot?
Oh, geez. Let me pull up the information.
You can just give me a rough estimate. It doesn't have to be exact.
I've got a 1,300 square foot ranch, and I've got about 10 feet on the back of the house and maybe 15 feet on the front, and probably another 10 on either side.
Do you have a problem with putting up a vertical and dealing with radial wires?
Nope.
DX Commander, buddy. There you go. I saved you a ton of headaches. Seriously, if you a DX Commander, it does have a radial system, but if you put the radials on a lawn and you use what's called lawn staples, you don't have to use a lot of them. Just get the radials down flat. Eventually, the lawn will just kind of like grow over the top of the radials and just make it a part of the lawn, and it will become just something that's out there. I would definitely go with the DX Commander if you could put that up. You'll have a leg up versus most people that are just starting out with wire antennas. I feel the DX Commander is a fantastic antenna to get started.
It's a solid antenna.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You are limited though, because you really only want to use space that isn't your roof, and when you're in a small lot like I am, like you are, small lots, we got to use that roof.
Yeah, I'm fine with like running a dipole along the roof. Just running beams and whatnot on that would be rough.
Well, do that too.
I've got a 9,100 square foot lot.
90. Okay, but that's actually twice the size of mine. You could put up a horizontal loop, hypothetically, possibly only as high as 40 meters. You could definitely do dipoles. You just need a good. You don't need a tower, but you would need a mast that potentially needs guying and potential support from the side of your house. So you could go with the who's the company that I'm thinking of that has that push-up mast the metal one with the screws on the side.
Roan,
yes. Roan makes they make a bunch of, it's the same SKU basically. It's like a 30-foot, 40-foot, 50-foot. They call it a tower. It's not really. It's basically really rigid fence top rail with guy plates on it. And you can just keep pushing that up and you get 40-something feet out of it. You can definitely use that as a dipole center connector.
by the way, Coffee and Ham Radios just did a mast and tower presentation this morning, and that would be a good stream to check out for those.
Yeah, go check that out. Unfortunately, I was I was sleeping, but I wanted to see that one because that's a good discussion point for sure. I think actually, is Tio in the house? Tio was on YouTube. I don't know that he's on the Discord.
He asked me about like what frequency it was that the Afterchat was, and I was like, frequency, and he's like, oh, so he was thinking for some reason I think it was on HF.
Oh no, it's well,
yeah, I told him
I'm gonna get on HF with the QDX, and well, now I really got to cross my fingers and knock on some wood.
Got to run those tests first.
Well, oh yeah, okay. So we'll get to the test in a second, Don. I'll make sure you explain that to me. Anybody else out here for the first time like to say hi or ask a question?
Hey Josh, my name's Eric. I just moved to Hawaii, so don't really have any questions other than hit me up if you want to do some POTA in Hawaii.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Just wanted to have a cool flex on everybody. What part of Hawaii did you move to?
I'm just down the street from Pearl Harbor.
Oh, okay. So you're in Oahu. Okay, got it. Nice. Yeah, I love Hawaii. It doesn't even matter which island. I love them all. They're all unique, interesting character.
Hey, Josh, you want some suggestions on how to test this?
I'll get to that soon, Joe, but what do you recommend?
Okay, the first thing I recommend is hooking it up to a dummy load with a watt meter on it, so that you absolutely have no chance of it suddenly transmitting while you're setting this thing up.
I can do that.
And then I set a receiver nearby it, so I can hear the signal coming out of it. But you really, really, really want to put the newer firmware in it first, because the old firmware makes a popping sound when it transmits.
How new is the newer firmware? I got this kit at Hamvention.
Mine came just a few days ago, and it had the older firmware on it. It's 104 is what you want.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, when you telnet into it, you go into it through the serial port, it'll tell you what version of firmware it's got.
You can do it all over USB though, right? What do you use, like Teleturn?
Well, you use PuTTY or whatever.
Oh, okay.
And you just go into it through PuTTY.
What about Mac?
Not to do the firmware. To actually do the firmware, what you do is you power it up, and during that fast flash sequence where the LED flickers real quick for 5 seconds, you quickly power it off and then power it back on again. And then it comes up and your computer says, oh, I have a USB drive, and it gives it a drive letter. And then you can go in and delete the numbered firmware version file, leave the other one alone, and drag and drop the new one onto that virtual USB hard drive. And then after it's in place, you'll power the kit down again and then power it back up, and then it will be in the new firmware.
Well, Joe, you can do that through the telnet session. That is exactly how I updated mine. And I started it from the telnet session, and exactly everything you just said is exactly right. But I started it from telnet.
Ah.
Okay. Yeah. You can telnet it into there. I just did it the USB drive way because it was quick.
Well,
yeah.
Okay. So somebody link me to. Wait, I'm on the wrong one.
What?
Link me to the firmware drop the link in the.
I think, yeah, I'll try. I think it's on that same page that
Is it?
the QDX is on.
Let me see. Okay.
It's at the bottom of the page, I believe, Josh.
Firmware. Oh, hey, look at that. July 20th. Wow. Okay, you don't get much better than that. That's a ham radio firmware we like. That's a recent one. Let's save that off. Sorry, I'm downloading right now. Okay, here we go. All right, very good. We'll get while we take new questions from newcomers. I'll start the connection setup for that. So anybody else out here for the first time that'd like to say hi or ask a question, come now.
I do have another question from Sledgehammer.
Yeah, go for it.
So I took my exam today. How long do you, in your experience, have you heard it take from ARLL to FCC to get call sign?
Did you test online or in person?
In person.
It's going to take you longer.
About 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So I took mine on July 9th, and I had mine the next Tuesday morning at 1:30 a.m.
There you go.
It also depends on the VEC too, because if they can upload it electronically, you'll get it within a couple days. If not, it may take longer.
He said ARRL. So with ARRL, I did my tech in general. It was 2 to 3 weeks. 3 weeks was because of Memorial Day or something.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the ARRL has proven, I mean, the VEs there are just plain slow. That somebody else, it took them 2 weeks just recently to get theirs.
So there you go. Real quick,
Thank
for
you.
everybody there that's watching me on Twitch. Okay, so I've got it in its USB mode. So I just delete the 1-03 file and copy over the 104.qdx file because
Yep.
Drag
and drop.
It's different file extensions though. Is that okay?
No, it's not okay. What? Oh, don't extract it from the zip file.
I did.
Then in the zip file, the extensions are the same. That's what I remember.
Also, I wouldn't delete it. I would move it to a separate location just so you can recover it in case
Good
something
call.
happens.
Does it actually have memory though that I can do that?
You could drag it out of
Yeah,
the.
just
copy it to your computer.
And I remember this. The end extension was exactly the same.
Interesting. So let's copy.
By the way, all of this is documented in the transceiver operating manual.
Who's got time for that?
When it's broken, you're desperate. You read everything.
I understand. All right, so I'm trying to copy off of the QDX on the D drive. I'm going to throw it into backup, and it says this is no longer located in D. Okay, where is it? Let's copy that guy. It says this is no longer located in D. Verify the item's location and try again.
Oh, well.
Oh, try again. No. Read the instructions at the end, Dawn says. Darn it, Dawn. Darn it. Okay. Where am I going for exactly on instructions? Refresh the folder.
I'm still flipping through the manual. I actually printed it.
Well, we'll come back to that then. Who else in the chat is here for the first time would like to ask a question? Come now. Okay, no big deal. If you decide, we'll come back around and ask, for who's here for the first time, has any questions as we go along. But I do want to try and get this thing up on the air, so I guess we do need to do a firmware update. And thank you, Jody. Jody dropped something. 1.4 manual. I guess I do need to read a manual. Okay, let's see. We're going to introduction. Firmware update procedure.
It might be in the assembly manual because I'm.
Well, let's see if push to talk is working now.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's working.
5.9.
We can hear you, but you got to hold down that button.
Yeah, this is Jordan before HBO. I was been sitting here for the last 10 minutes trying to get this thing to work. I had to go to my phone to get it to work.
You're there. What's up, man?
Well, good evening to everyone. Like I said, my Jordan W4HBO, and I'm from the Huntsville area. This is my first time on the group here, and I thought I'd say good evening to Joe. We're looking forward to seeing you at Huntsville here in about 3 weeks.
Hi, Jordan. Good to hear your voice, and I should be there sometime on Thursday, and so I'll come in on Friday to get my speakers tagged.
Well, I should be there for the most part for move-in. I'm supposed to be getting all the door prizes then, and I've got to go to be at work at 1:30 on that Friday, so for a couple of hours, and I'll come back. So looking forward to see everyone that's coming. So if you want to come say hi, I'll be up on stage all day Saturday and Sunday.
Great. I look forward to it. 3 years is too darn long not to be there.
Let me jump in really quick. It's commenting about this QDX terminal. Is that the putty command?
Yeah.
All right. What's the
Then you go in there and you hit enter, and it shows up a menu, and then that update firmware is on the menu.
How do you log into the QDX if it's over USB? I'm used to doing IP with this thing.
It's a serial connection.
Where is
So
it?
down
Oh,
at the
there it is.
bottom, it says serial.
I believe it's COM12. What's the baud rate? Do you know?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Is this device passively cooled, or does it have some sort of fan in the case?
It's
Passive. And mine has like some really serious compound under it.
It might need active cooling though if you're. Oh wait. What? I don't see it.
What's that?
They get it. Uh-oh. Oh, because it's in firmware mode right now. All right.
Oh, okay.
I gotta get
So
it out of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me give it a second and reload.
Why,
There we go.
Why did you want it out of firmware update mode?
Firmware mode loses its serial port.
Oh, you've already updated the firmware.
No, I haven't. I haven't been able to. That's why I'm trying to.
Yeah, there it is.
I can't get the device to open though.
What if I'm doing this on a Mac? Is it different?
Close putty and just restart it.
How often is that the solution for putty?
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised.
So
it didn't see the serial port in the first place, so it's already decided that it doesn't exist.
Yeah, so it's there. It's COM port 12, and I typed in the 12, but it's not bringing anything up.
Sure, it's not on another screen because I've never had the open just do no because that's a putty problem. It has nothing to do with the port. Also, I would turn off flow control. Although that shouldn't matter.
No, yeah. So try different baud rates. Yeah. Okay. Flow control off.
By the way, Josh, I'll tell you how I did mine.
So I just typed
$60 laptop.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The Jankopotomus might be the solution to this. Okay. So I just type in 12, right, to match my COM port. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is it a different baud rate? The baud rate is 46 or 48. Aha. It's always baud rate. Let's see. Nope. Clicked open. Didn't do it.
Yeah, open should the baud rate stuff on a serial port. It should always open the terminal, regardless of whether you can read the text or not. That's the baud rate.
Yeah.
The fact that the screen's not opening is very strange.
I know, right?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Why don't you save that? Open Putty up, create a thing for COM-port 12 and save it. Yeah, no, yeah.
Where do I save it on this? Because
go up to session.
Mm-hmm.
At the top. And I'm sorry, I'm 15 seconds behind. So
yeah. I'm just so used to using Putty
and then,
like for IP.
Yeah, up here you should be setting it to serial.
Oh, I'm an idiot. That's why. There it is. There it is. Okay, I'm an idiot. I'm so used to using Putty as IP, as tunneling through IP for SSH that I seldom ever do. I seldom ever do serial. Okay, so there we go. So we're gonna do a update firmware. Terminal will be closed. Open the QDX USB drive. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking, why are you redoing it? But
because it gave me fits. Press Y. All right. Yeah, it's gone.
Okay.
It's gone. It's dead. All right.
Well, you should get that little thing that Joe was talking about, that pop-up window.
I'm just trying to copy the thing off so I don't lose it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But hey, Micro Less FSC, thank you for subscribing, buddy. I appreciate it. On the Twitch side of the house. So where is my backup? There it is. So if I save here, yeah, see, it's still doing this try it again thing. I was just trying to back up the firmware so I didn't brick the thing, but it's not letting me do it. So all right.
No, honestly, I didn't try that part. So
okay,
that's fine. You can move past it.
So we're gonna extract this guy out. Replace. It's fine.
Yeah, that.
So it's 1_04 dot QDX. Do I just don't worry about the dot QDX here, because the other guy, when I pull up the QDX directory, where is it? Come on now, this guy, the D drive. He's just 1_03.
Okay.
Oh,
there's an EEPROM.QDX. So yeah, it's going to replace that one.
It doesn't let me delete the 103 though. Is that okay?
No, you don't do any of that. The firmware update process does.
Okay,
all
so
of that.
I just copy it over and restart it.
Yep. Well, I think when you copy it over, it does it. Whatever it says in the manual.
Well, that's okay. Exit the bootloader. Use flash memory stick emulation.
It works now. Once you've copied it and you've gotten rid of the old one from the QDX, then you just restart the QDX, and it should boot into 1.04.
But I can't get rid of the old one, Joe.
Yeah, I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to get rid of it.
Actually, you do, and it just says it's still there. But if you put it back in, if you were to reboot the QDX and then quickly turn it off again and reboot it again, that file magically is gone.
Yeah, that's what I remember. The file just disappeared for me. I didn't do anything.
All right, I'm not going to do anything. Hold on. Let me bring the D drive back up here. Let me see. Did I eject it? No, I'm not going to eject it. I'm just going to pull the plug and pull.
Right, repower it. And I believe because that file is sitting there, it just goes, oh, there's new firmware.
Yeah, and by the way, 1.03 is available on the QRPLabs website, so you could always just re-download that if it messes up.
It did not. Okay.
And when you boot it back up...
I got it. Look, it took it. It took it. I just copied it in. That's it. It's got the 104 now. So we got the clicking thing is done.
Yes.
All clicks have been abated.
Yeah.
So hey, everybody. So everybody watching us.
So what you want to do is shut it off again, and then power it through a regular cycle, and it should be in the 1.04. And don't worry about putty or anything, but please put a dummy load on it first and see if you're getting output. And
well, Joe, do you not use those tests that are built into the menu for testing the output and the input and the filters and all that? That's all built into that firmware through putty.
We're gonna try it.
I've done that, but it's just a lot faster to do it this way.
Well, I mean, because what I did was I plugged mine into WSJTX and I got nothing.
Well,
and then you're like, okay, then what?
I'll just go ahead and go on a limb here and say we are we're dummy loading it regardless right now. So
yes, you need to dummy load it.
It's dummy loaded. We're all dummied up here. So let's bring back Putty. Everybody hanging out, I appreciate you bearing with me as I get this thing set up because we're going to do some FT8 with it. So I'm going to go back to Serial. I believe if I go back to my device manager, we should see it now, just hanging out here. Nope, where are you? Where are you? There it is, 12. Hey, that's good news to me. If I see 12, I'm good. We're going Serial. Let's bring it up.
Yeah, mine does all of that.
Okay, so what am I doing, Don? Is there a test here?
Yeah,
transmitter test.
The one that's kind of fun is to go to that input analysis. Well,
okay.
Actually, yeah. Wait, sorry, no. With a dummy load, you're not going to see anything. But if you go up to like RF filter sweep, you can sweep the filters, or you go to audio filter sweep, you can sweep the audio filters.
How do I do just I want to test out a frequency? Is it transmitter test?
Yeah, transmitter test, and see if it'll go into what you'll see is the three blinking lights, meaning that it's transmitting. Mine does that too.
All right.
And so you can do PTT signal, you can turn that on, or a transmitter, and then it'll turn both on.
It's auto dropping itself on 14.74, so we're going straight WSJTX here. So there's that. Now I believe I should be able to show you my 70. Where's my 7610? There it is. Come on, guys. Where are you at though?
Well, you're not transmitting.
Right, I'm not, but that's my receiver. I'm on the same.
Yeah. Right.
So I want to transmit. So enable PTT and transmit.
I think you just need to enable transmit because it does PTT and transmit.
Ah, buddy. We got it. I'm
all right.
It's there. I'm holding down T and it does it. I've got a working unit. It's working. It's
great.
Working. Okay, so now
how do I fix mine?
Oh, I don't know, Todd.
No. Not your problem.
I'm sorry, man.
Send it to Josh.
No.
No.
Josh,
he doesn't want to do that. I'll send it to TO.
How much power are you getting?
Oh, Joe,
None.
I didn't put that on. I didn't connect the I didn't connect the power meter. Shoot.
You really need to do that to
Okay,
make sure that you're not overpowering it.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right,
you're running 12 volts too.
All right, we're
I'm only
gonna test it.
running 9.
We're gonna test it. So we're gonna get rid of that for a second. I need some jumpers. Hold on.
Put your tongue on the aerial socket. That'll work.
Oh, watch out now. So there we got a power meter.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go get that.
Incoming.
And here we go. So this is to the transmitter.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some guys that are getting up to 8 watts out of them, but then
You don't want that.
No,
that's not good. That's not good.
You're.
I'm gonna unplug this for now. I'm worried about any kind of out.
B107s or whatever the hell those things are called. Those will burn out pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm not trying to blow this thing up. I just built it. I'll underpower it if I can, but I do need it to be 12 volts, obviously, because I want to be on my LivePo while I'm charging my Jankopotomus laptop. I want to use the loyal Anderson's connector that he gave me. I want to have something cool.
I'm going to put a 7810 regulator in series on my 12 volt cable so that I know I'm always getting 10 into it no matter what I plug it into, 10 or higher.
Okay. So I now have a power meter connected. You guys aren't going to be able to see it that great, but you can take my word for it. Let's bring up that let's bring up Putty again so we can get. Now we're getting there. I promise. We're going to be getting on the
Yeah, I believe when you see those 3 flashes, you're actually that's telling you that binocular toroid, the windings you've done on that are working.
Well, I'm glad about that, man.
That's a small thing.
Yeah, let's go 20. Okay. Transmitter on, transmitter off. Why am I not seeing any power through that? My power meter's not doing anything, but I'm seeing it on my radio.
Oh, that's weird. See, I never checked it on my radio. I am seeing the same thing as you are. No, my needle never moves, but so maybe mine is transmitting, and I'm just not looking in the right place.
Well, do you see yourself on PSK Reporter or anything like that?
No, because mine won't run FT8. It does not hear anything, so I never get any decodes.
Okay. Hold on.
Gain, maybe?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, there is a gain if you go into the band thing, but yeah. No, mine's up to 99 gain, which is as high as they'll go.
So I'm only getting like a watt out on my power meter. My power meter's kind of a mess though, so I need to replace this thing. Yeah. Well, it's showing at least 2 watts, so we're going with it.
Yeah.
Are the transistors getting warm?
Should he touch?
A little bit. A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. I didn't transmit for that long. All right. Well, then I think it's time, guys. I think it's time we christen this thing. We get it on the air.
Yeah. One thing that's fun to do is hook an antenna to it, and while you're into that thing, do the input activity, and you can actually see FT8 coming in through the putty session. But anyway, if you're going to hook it to FT8, then I mean, you get the same thing. I just think it's neat that they put that into the firmware.
All right. Sorry, we got a super chat. I want to make sure I get to it. What is the best course to get a license online? Hamstudy.org. No question. Hamstudy.org. Thank you for the super chat, John, by the way. Save your money. Hamstudy.org. There you go. All right, so WSJTX has complained because it doesn't have a configuration for this radio, so I'm going to duplicate. I'm going to clone my 705. So we're going to go to... Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll just use this guy.
You set it so that it's a Kenwood 440S, and it will find, when you go into the audio settings, it'll say QDX mic and QDX speakers, so you know which two are the QDX.
Yeah.
So we're going to do Kenwood, what was it?
440S.
Oh, okay. 440S. Got it. COM port is 12. What's the baud rate?
It doesn't matter.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, according to the manual, it doesn't matter because it's like auto sensing or something.
I know you go default. Everything's default, and the mode is none, and the splitter operation is none. Everything's just default.
Yeah,
it didn't like that.
Cat.
It didn't like that.
You still got to set the audio on the.
Yeah, but the audio doesn't.
Devices.
The audio doesn't matter until you get the. I mean, yes, you need it, but we're not there yet.
I'd have to look at my laptop because all of that is working on mine.
Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so yes, we got the audio, but the cat is not happy. All right, so let's bring back the web.
It might be a different COM port for the cat, because that's a different port.
Operating instructions. Here we go.
Oh, are you logged into the putty session? Because it will not work with the putty if you're logged into putty.
Okay, so
and what you might try to do.
Oh, wait. I don't have the settings right. Settings are wrong. So we are 8 and 1. Nope, didn't like that. 9600. 9600. Yeah, I have 9600. None. Communication timed out, huh? TS440, not TS440S is it saying?
Yeah, they are different.
I don't have an option.
Yeah, that's what I remember. And by the way, you can do, I think 480 instead of 440. 480 is supposedly like the most generic of all of the things.
Pull cycle is 10 seconds. Nope. Doesn't like it. Alright, let's go back here.
I'm booting my Jankopotomus so I can check.
Again. Check your COM port and make sure, because once you've released it, you may need to reboot the QDX again after you've taken the putty session off.
That's probably a good idea.
That's what I think it is. I think you do need to do that.
Alright, I've unplugged it. Unplugged. Here we go. Okay.
As you can tell, I've played with this a bit, Josh.
I've been debugging mine for the last week, so.
Josh, when are you coming to Huntsville? I'll be there Thursday.
I fly in Thursday, but I get in late. Oh, we got it! Ha! We got it. Yeah, it needed a reset. And PTT looks like it's not freaking out.
I told you, as soon as you take off the terminal program, it needs to reset to clear the COM port.
All right, so then the next thing is audio. Audio.
Yeah, your audio is real low. See how low it is?
Yeah,
that's what mine is doing. Is
I
barely...
didn't have an antenna on it. Now it's.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, but even then, you're not getting a lot of audio out of the thing. Now, maybe it'll get better, but mine was down that low, and I had to go into the terminal program and pump it up, and I got it up to 30 or something like that. No, you're getting signals, though.
We're getting signals, but not the signals that I would expect on FT8. So, for comparison, let me switch back to the 7610. You can see that we've got S9-ish signals.
You can turn up the audio gain per band if you want to through the.
Yeah, but look, you're on 40, and your antenna might be 20.
Oh, that's why. Jeez, that's why. Okay, all right. I it doesn't think for you guys. You're gonna have to click the thing.
There you go. Although that's not a lot.
No, it's not.
Is your audio receive level low?
You can change the audio receive level inside the radio.
I should. Well, hold on. I may be able to just do the old. Oh yeah, there we go. Sound things are happening here.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go up to this guy here.
Oh, you're decoding, yeah.
Yeah, decoding. So input is microphone time. So let's go into the deep. Oh no, we're full on. Wrong one though. Wrong device. Hold on. No, that's it. So yeah, we may have to bump it.
Yeah. You can bump it inside the terminal window. I mean, inside the putty session.
Okay, so we'll have to restart this. Oh yeah, but here in Russia though, at +4. Let's go ahead and shoot that guy out. Let's see if we can. Let's just go straight to Russia. Here we go. I'm not even pointing the beam the right direction for this, but what the hell?
Yeah, I mean.
Now, hypothetically, 7610 should show something happening here. But it didn't. It didn't.
Really?
I didn't see anything happen.
Yeah, I'm on a radio like this. You should be fine, but I'm afraid of feeding my radios into my other radios because of the amount of power that they're pushing.
I'm not seeing anything on my 7610 screen. I should see it, because it's adjacent.
Check PSK Reporter.
No, it's not. If my 7610 isn't seeing it, being this close to the radio, yeah, that's not. I am getting W4WID. Thank you for trying to reach me. I have to stop for a second. I am going to. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up Putty. Let's bump up the audio for right now, just for the heck of it.
Hey, Josh.
Yes,
on
sir.
your 7610, do you want to be on CW?
Doesn't matter. I'm on the center frequency. I'm just looking for any activity.
You want to be on sideband.
It doesn't. I'm looking for any activity.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, 7610 should hear.
Okay, so it's you can't putty when you got WSJTX on it. So let me close out of that.
Right.
That's my bad.
Might be a good idea to get a switch for this device rather than unplugging it and plugging it back in. It just makes things easier.
Maybe.
Right?
I don't know. So what am I doing? I'm doing audio transmitter test.
You're actually going to the band configuration. Go to band because it's per band.
Oh, gotcha. Audio gain. Aha. All right, so we're at 20. So I can just input a number here. So if I did...
Yeah, I bumped all of mine to 99. Now, your mileage may vary.
What do you do? Just hit the plus sign?
You just type in 99.
It's not letting me do anything.
That's all I did, I remember.
I can jump around.
I remember just typing 99 in for each one of those.
Press enter. I did, but nope.
Weird. Works for me.
All right. So okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna exit out of this. I'm gonna turn this guy off, and I'm going to look about the Discord and see who we have in here. Was Mike in here? I think we might have lost Mike. I thought Mike was in here.
I didn't see Mike.
We didn't? Okay, good. All right.
Scott's here.
Scott's here. All right, let's go down the list of the YouTubers and say hi to everybody. My system volume is already 100%. That's my issue for Ron. But going down the list of YouTubers, let's say hi to some of the folks we have in here. So we got Scott, Ham Radio for Non-Techies. How you doing, man? I'm calling him out of the blue. He might not be in front of his computer right now.
Sorry about that. I was on mute.
Okay.
My mixing board was on mute. So yeah, great show tonight. Really enjoyed watching the build. Very happy you wrapped the toroids beforehand.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Once I started looking at it, I was like, there's no way.
Well, that one that has like, what, 40 wraps on it? I mean,
Yep.
that would have been that would be like watching paint dry. For the record, I was one of the people that voted for you. I had the faith that you were going to get this thing built in an hour.
No, I mean, it's that many toroids is, even if they're pre-wound, is tough to actually, like, get fully assembled. It's actually, if you had fully, like, rolled toroids, all those little toroids, it solders up very quick. It's very easy in that sense.
Yeah. But yeah, just been rocking and rolling. You saw my video I put out the other day. I'm hoping there's some people in here that saw the video and actually joined us on Discord tonight to ask questions and get involved in the online ham fam. And, be a part of this great community we've got going on here.
Yeah, man, I appreciate the shout out. I really do. I did notice though that you didn't mention the Afterchat.
I wrote back to you on your comment. I was like, I apologize for not mentioning the Afterchat. I'm gonna have to go back to another video.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I mean, I want to get more people involved in this, and I want to, because people don't know what to look for. And that was part of the reason why I made the video. And that guy was discouraged about getting into ham radio because of a couple bad experiences that he came across. Like, don't let that skew everything on your overall opinion of the hobby.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, it is a beautiful hobby, but it's a beautiful hobby that is full of people that make up a slice of reality. Like, it's human beings. Like, we're all human beings at the end of the day. Hams aren't some magical human beings. They're just.
Are you seeing me calling you on FT8?
No, not yet, Joe, because I had to power it down for a second because I'm not transmitting effectively yet. I'm gonna get back to it in a second.
In other news, though, I finally got a chance to get a hold of my neighbor with the solar panels, and turns out they're really nice people. And I handed her the little packet that I printed out from the ARRL, and they have Solar Edge solar panels, which I guess is Musk's little thing.
Solar Edge. Yep.
So I told her, I was like, hey, just give them a call, tell them that, you got this RFI problem. Here's the packet. You can read through the stuff. And she's like, yeah, I'll talk to my husband, blah, blah, blah. So we'll see what happens. I'll give it a couple more weeks before I knock on their door again. She was kind of hard to pin down for the past couple of weeks because every time I went by the house, nobody was there. There's no cars in the driveway.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So hopefully that'll get resolved and I'll be able to use my radios at home again. But yeah.
Yeah, how bad's your noise right now?
S9 plus.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really bad, and 40 meters is almost impossible. I can hear stuff, but it's not nearly as clear as it was before they had those panels put on. So it's really a big issue. And I'm trying to get that resolved as quickly as possible so I can, actually enjoy my radio at home. Because right now I got to pack up everything and go 30 miles away from the house, go do POTA or something.
Right. Well, everybody go subscribe to Ham Radio for Non-Techies. It's a great it's great videos you're putting out, and I appreciate the angle you're coming at it. And I think that the last video you put up was really good and helpful. So, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, I just try to help people out where I can, and I as fellow YouTubers, I try to direct people to you guys because like you and Jason, you got many more years in this community than I do, and a lot more experience in things. I just kind of find simple ways to simplify it a little bit and kind of explain it for people who have no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, I appreciate that. Right on.
As a beginner, is there any other YouTube channels you guys would recommend?
All of them.
Yeah. There's not like a channel that does all the things. Everybody kind of dips and moves around a little bit, and it will vary. It will vary in the content they make, and what's good for a beginner, that's not one thing. Like, there's many different types of beginners that come at it from different angles and different ways of interest in radio. So your best bet is to search for the things you're interested in and then subscribe to those channels, because those are going to be the ones that are the most effective for you or helpful.
I mean, the fact that you're on Discord and in this Afterchat's one great place to be. It's a great resource, and you got, like Josh said, you got all these other YouTubers out there. Just find the flavor that works for you and go with it.
Everybody needs some ape-splaining every once in a while, though.
Right. So, Joe, let me go back over here to the desktop for a second. I'm receiving. I get good signal copy, but I'm not transmitting. When I hit the test PTT, I don't see any carrier frequency on my 7610, which you see on the lower screen there. I don't see anything on the output, and I'm not seeing anything on my SWR meter either right now. My power meter, I mean.
Are you seeing the 3 flashing lights
when I transmit?
Yeah. It should go blink, 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 blink.
It's just constantly blinking.
Oh, yeah. That if you look at the manual on troubleshooting, it tells you that the blinks mean different things. Not sure what one blink.
Joe, are you there? What do you think?
Like a Dell diagnostic code.
Yeah, it's OBD2. You got to hook your OBD2 reader up to it.
I know, like the OBD1 where you short out 2 pins and you look at the blink.
Right? Yeah.
One flash.
Asking, I was away from the speaker.
Yeah, so I am receiving great, but not transmitting well. I'm not transmitting at all. I don't see any transmit when I hit the tune button on the 7610 or on WSJTX.
In the manual, if you don't mind my saying,
Mm-hmm.
At one flash, in this case, the host program on the PC has activated the PTT by the appropriate cat command, switching the QDX into transmit mode. However, no audio is being received from the PC over the USB cable link.
Say that again?
So what it's basically saying is that you're getting no audio out of the PC towards the QDX over the USB cable.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's saying that it's normally because you haven't selected the QDX as the audio output device, but we know you have because we saw you did it.
Yeah. So yeah, there it is. So anything other thing I can think? I mean, it's here. I'm here in Brazil right now. Yeah, I'm gonna double.
I'd reboot that and the connection to the PC to double check it.
Yeah, after you remember in WSJTX, you have to shut WSJTX down and restart it. Well, you have.
Oh, got it. I got it. Yeah, it was okay. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm shutting it down. I'm shutting down WSJTX. God, it was the slider. It was the slider on WSJTX. All right, Joe, fire when ready. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna move my beam. I'm tuning. Hold on.
Okay, I can hear you, but I won't be able to talk real easily. But I'm going to start calling you on FT8.
Okay, you're calling me directly by call sign, right? Okay.
You're on 40 or 20 meters. Is that where you wanted to be?
Yeah, 20 meters. 20 meters. 20 meters is great right now. Let's do that. Grid tracker. I don't know what's going to happen with logging right now, but yeah, fire off my call sign. We'll see what ends up happening.
I'm going to have to go watch T.O. and Hayden's Ham Radio DX's WSJTX again, just to see how to set all this stuff up.
All right.
This is the first time.
Holy smokes, Joe. You're plus 11 to this thing. It's holy smokes, man. I'm calling you back, man. You're killing it.
I kind of want to think Joe has to be in the other room when he's running the radio.
Yeah, okay, so the pink lines... Oh, he didn't come back. The pink lines are indicating people that have picked me up. So I'm doing it. It's doing radio things. It is being a digital radio right now.
Don, can you get on your not QDX necessarily, but your FT8?
Oh, we lost.
Yeah, I'm firing up
the
101D right now.
It's still trying to
I'm
hit you.
answering you now.
Okay.
I'm answering you now. You were like minus 11.
What? I'll take it.
That's
man.
not bad.
That's not bad at all.
For 2.5 watts? Unless you're getting more now.
No, I haven't looked at the power meter yet.
Yeah, you're transmitting to me, and I'm acknowledging and coming back with the return signal report.
Got it. Negative 12. Got it.
Yeah, let it finish out, and I'll be your first cue.
I have a solid 1 watt of transmit power right now.
Hey, doesn't matter as long as you're getting out. Well, you've got it on the step IR too, probably.
I do. I put a little gain. I put a little gain behind it.
Yeah, talk about overkill.
I'm not.
Well, that's not overkill.
No,
it's
it's the antenna
just
I
nice
got.
to have.
Yeah. I set this up for a reason. Uh-oh.
Yep.
So, I got him. Where's the... Okay, we'll see how it goes. Not a ton of people hearing me though. I can see that above my head. That's not great. That's not great. That's not great. Oh, he's trying to hit me again. Oh, Joe, here we go. No, wait. Oh, no, I am not getting Joe. Sorry, there was other... I'm not hearing Joe again. Joe, you're really loud, but now I don't hear you.
I'm hearing you just fine, but you're like minus 23 now.
Band conditions, probably. It's
no,
been up and down
I don't
all
know.
day.
We'll see. Let me keep an eye on the
20's
power
been
meter.
up and down all day.
But I'm copying you most of the time. It's just it's not always responding both ways.
So why am I not getting the full power output? Why am I not getting the full power output?
damn, I'm on 15 meters and getting a bunch of people on 15.
Bio-NO battery, so that's 13.
Well, even if it doesn't give the RR73, I'm going to log it.
I did not get your signal report, Joe. If you want to fire that back at me, that would be great. I'm hearing W4WYD. Hang in there. I'll get you in the log.
Yours is consistently transmitting to me.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to hit you, but like, are you replying with your signal report back to me?
Yeah, I think so. Let me watch it again.
The fact that I heard you at a plus 11 likely means we can close this out. You might just not have been transmitting because you think you had the Q in the bag.
Yeah, you should be hearing me.
I am not. Oh, hey! Hot DX, what's this? What's this weird island? CU3HY?
That's I've got them.
Azores.
Yeah, Azores, yeah. They have some great QSL cards.
Yeah, it's Islands on the Air this weekend.
Oh,
RFGB
nice.
competition.
Yeah, Callum was doing that this morning.
He's like, I live in a big island.
There's a POTA station.
Is it Islands on the Air if I live here?
It actually is. He's England is G05 or EU05, yeah.
Yeah, I said to Rob we should go
steady
down
minus 11, minus 12, so I don't know why yours isn't responding back to me. That's kind of weird.
I'm getting a ton. So, Joe, I'm not seeing your signals, but I'm hearing people that are less strong than you reply to me right now. Like, I have other people that are coming back to me on FT8.
Huh, that's weird.
And I'm not seeing your transmissions anymore. I'm
sure seeing you, and I'm responding.
Okay. No. I got a negative 13, KD9 VLZ.
Mine timed out, so I don't know.
And you were replying to me with a signal report, right?
Yep, that I was.
That's really weird.
Yeah, and when you first heard me, I was what, plus 12 or something?
Yeah, plus 11. Yeah, you're big signal. So I'm going to call back at you. Let's try one more time.
Okay, maybe I should change, or you should change what frequency you're transmitting on within the band. It might.
Yeah,
be...
let's do that. Maybe I'm getting covered up.
Let me move. Let me move also. Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Let's. My waterfall's a little busy. It's a little busy. Get the 7610 out of the way. Okay, where do I want to go?
I still think it's kind of amazing that in less than a little over an hour, you built a digital transceiver and you're on the air right now.
Isn't that cool? That's really cool. Yeah, it's fun. This is a fun radio. I could see carrying this with me. Like, I could see making like a digital SHTF kit that would be like an Atom antenna, and the Jankopotomus laptop, and that's it, and a battery. That's all you need.
That's all you need. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I wonder how far digital will this go? Is it limited in bandwidth?
So Don, when you mentioned that those band settings, it sets a minimum and maximum band setting. So you could open that up and go into single sideband space if you wanted to with this, because technically digital's allowed up there.
You know what I want to do? SSTV.
I don't know that it'll do SSTV. Do you think it will?
Upper sideband or USB-D, either one. But I think it's doing upper sideband. I don't think it's doing a digital upper sideband.
I don't know what it's doing, to be honest with you. So Magic Band asked in the chat, can you connect to it over VNC with an iPad? Only if you have oh, there it is. I got you, Joe. Yes. All right, I don't know what's going to happen right now to my logger. Let me see. Oh, buddy, it's already connected to my logger. Everything's good. I got you, man. You're good. Thank you. What'd you do? Anything different?
Well, again, I think his radio's in there, isn't he?
Oh, okay.
So, question for you, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's in the same room, but I just couldn't reach the push to talk. I just moved my transmit frequency to where you were, so we were on simplex, and because something was clobbering me where you are. And
okay.
So you probably saw me at the last clip at about +11, +12.
Actually, Joe, you were a +21 on that last transmission.
That's what I like to hear. I had my KPA 500 on, by the way.
Yeah,
so.
you were killing it, man. You're blowing up.
I told you I got a good signal from Nebraska.
You do. You got a big signal from Nebraska. I love it. That's awesome.
Just plugging that coax into the back of your radio, did it?
Yeah. So I just wrapped up a QSO with W4WYD. I got the RR73 from them. Let's go to KC1 JTS. We'll hit you up next. Yeah, so, I mean, it's working. I'm putting out a whole watt. I have to figure out what's going on with that. And I have a feeling it's audio. I don't think it's actually anything I did right or wrong with the building of the radio. But, I don't know. It's not transmitting now.
Do yourself a favor and feel to see if the transistors are getting super hot.
Well, I can touch them. I can hold my finger on top of them. Is that...
Okay, that means you're probably only putting out a watt. So there could be an issue with the bandpass filters or audio level or any one of a number of things or power supply. So it takes a little playing around.
How many amps on the power supply?
I'm using a battery. I'm gonna
get out of here. I'm gonna get out of here, but I'm glad I could help.
You did it, Joe, man. We made a contact too. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your help and by the way, your encouragement to build this kit. This is a fun kit. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, I knew you would really appreciate this one. And
yeah.
I'm planning on being on Wednesday's show, and I'm going to show a power supply kit that's coming out soon.
Oh, cool. For like QRP radios or how much? What kind of radio could you run off of it?
It's an amp and a half dual bench digital power supply, and it's being put out by a club in Missouri. And I will, I'll show it. And I used it with this kit to play around with power supply voltages. Anyways, we'll say 73s, and glad to help.
Hey Joe, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Have you ever done any of the big kits like Mercury 3S or the big amplifiers?
Not yet. There's somebody who wants me to do one of them. I can't remember which one it was. It's the one that only takes about 3 or 4 hours to put together, or 2 hours, something like that. And apparently he was having trouble getting the kit. So once he gets it, I may do one of those. It's that modular thing.
Yeah, the Mercury is modular. I built a Mercury, and it's a fun build, but it's kind of unique in the way it's built. But yeah, I just curious if you'd ever attempted one of those kinds of kits.
Yeah, is that the one done by the N3 something or another? I can't remember.
No, this is KM3KM.
Yeah, that's it. That's him.
Yeah,
that's him. And whoever I'm going to be doing it for hasn't gotten it yet. But once he does, I promised him I'd put it together and write about it while I'm doing it.
Yeah, Kenny's quite behind, but I mean, he just is. He's just overloaded with orders.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So if it comes this fall, that's fine. I'll build it. Anyways, 73 to everybody, and I got to drive up to Grand Island 100 miles west tomorrow morning early for our annual 75-meter net steak fry.
Oh, nice. Wow.
Take it easy, Joe. Thank you.
73, Joe.
73, Joe.
I got you in the log.
Yeah, we got it.
Let's see Josh talking on on Twitch. Okay.
You guys hear me okay?
Now we are, yeah.
Oh.
It seemed like you were talking on Twitch, but wouldn't hear anything in Discord.
You hear me okay now, though, right?
Yep, perfectly.
So possibly just switching around the power supply on this, it was not happy. All right, let's do this really fast. Let me see what it does. Okay, we got the 1 watt back. Oh, it didn't like that. Interesting. What does it think we? Oh, because it thinks we're on 40 meters. Come on, bud. We just got out of here. Why do you? All right, we're in restart WSJTX mode right now. Hold on, let me go back to the desktop. So it's I appreciate everybody's trying to make a contact. We're literally doing this live. We have a working radio that was parts a couple of hours ago, and now it is a radio, and we are testing with it. And I am getting, I got the Azores, which just cracks me up. All right, so we're in there. We got connection. Let's see what the tune like is now. Well, it's giving me the 1, 2, 3, but I'm getting no power output on it. So that's weird.
Yeah, that's what mine does. I wonder if I should just flat put it on and start running stuff through it.
Go, Don.
I'm gonna putty up some gain right now, I think.
Yeah, mine changed a lot when I did the. I mean, it went from like nothing to 30. When I upped the gain, I upped it to 99, and I read online there were several people that were upping the gain, the audio gain.
So we go into band configuration. We go audio gain on 20. I hit the delete. Oh, okay, so yes, I had to hit that, and then 99. So that's now accepted. What about is there any incoming audio restrictions, or is it purely just how much audio I can throw at it?
It's how much audio you can throw at it. You know, it's the same thing as like any radio. You don't want it to go into the red on the WSJTX, but I think anything else is okay.
Mm-hmm. So for the heck of it, I'm going to go ahead and just do that across the board here, because I think we're...
You can always log back in and turn it back down.
Yeah. And it's nice that it has this capability, so that's really cool.
Yeah, the older firmware, it was only a single setting for all the bands at once.
Yeah.
And he added this in 104.
All right, so I'm going to restart. It's the output that's bothering me, though. It feels like we're not getting the full output, and I think that might be. I'm worried that it's something to do with my windings, to be honest.
Yeah, but you've got filter sweeps. If you sweep the filters, you might be able to optimize by moving the toroid wraps around.
Yeah,
does that?
Yeah, it's in the firmware, the RF sweep. There's an audio sweep that tells you, or I think it's the audio sweep that tells you the filters. But there's two different sweeps. One of them is for audio, and one of them is for RF. I guess it is the RF that is controlled by the tank circuits or the toroid windings.
All right, let me go back into putty here.
Yeah, I was watching him build a QCX, and he had to, after he built the PA stick, he had to optimize the output by adjusting the how the coil's laid.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what are you saying? We're going to do audio filter sweep?
Yeah.
So I'm going to band down to 40.
I think the one you're really looking for is probably the RF sweep, but it doesn't hurt to do all of them.
Because right now this is not doing anything. Oh! I don't know what that's supposed to tell me. What does that tell me?
I can't see anything. It's black. Okay, there it is. It tells you the difference between the it's described in the manual, but what those are supposed to look like, I can't tell you because I haven't found that information out either. there are guys in the deal that in the groups.io that will, jump in and tell you whether they're good or bad. But I mean, why they can't print that in the manual, I don't know.
All right.
Well,
so
let me read it.
So am I doing RF filter sweep then? Is that it?
Yeah, the RF one is about the toroids.
Step away from the push to talk and the radio for a beer, and you guys go into stuff that I actually want to watch.
That does not look right.
I don't know what that's supposed to tell me either, because it starts testing it immediately.
Yeah, it's kind of like what it's telling you is it's telling you the bandwidth of the filter that you've created.
Mm-hmm.
Now, exactly how you read it, I don't know, but that's what it's supposed to be. Like mine on 80 meters is just a line that goes from the bottom and it sweeps up to the top, which is absolutely wrong. What you've got there looks good. And I think what Mike is saying is that in order to change the way that sweep looks, you can kind of, separate things out a little bit.
Well, so if I'm guessing that those vertical blue bars, which you may not be able to see on chat, is band spaces, and I think that's 20 meters that I'm on, and so that dip is 20. So that harsh dip right there in the front end is literally the front end of the 20-meter band, probably around where WSJTX is. So I'm guessing my filters are okay.
Okay.
Got a definite peak in it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the ones I had seen, in fact, the one in the manual shows a sweep, like it's all the way across.
It's only a watt, though. I'm only getting a watt out of it.
That's an audio filter sweep.
Only a watt, though. So, I'm on 40. God, why does it keep doing that?
I don't know. Mine keeps doing that, too. Oh, and by the way, it says that you should be, when you do the RF filter sweep, you should be doing that with a dummy load.
Okay.
It's not because, when you're doing it with a dummy load, not because of the fact that you're not on a resident antenna. It has nothing to do with that. It's just that the antenna part of it will affect the way that the reading is done.
Right. All right, I'm going to exit this. We're going to get out of the terminal. I think what I'm going to do... I think the band that might be the best one is actually 40 meters. So we're gonna hop over to 40 meters right now in WSJTX. So if everybody's trying to make a contact with me on 20, hang out because I'll come back with my 7610 in a minute here. But let's go to 40. I'm adjusting the step IR. Let's see. Is there any other YouTubers in the house? So we got Scott. Appreciate you, Scott. Let's see. Anybody else I'm missing? Ham radio for non-techies come out this week? Or not ham radio. Who am I thinking of? No Code Tech. Nope. All right. So we're back on. Let's see. So there's 40. All right. So 40 is a much better band. The audio is higher. We are now tuned up. For the hell of it, I'm going to hit the tune button and see what kind of business we can get out of this. Let's see here. Yeah, so that puts out close to 2 watts on transmit. So people might be able to hear me on this. So I'm going to start calling CQ. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, it's like 1 watt. So I'm guessing I got something functified in this thing. By the way, guys, if you're building kit radios, this is what you can expect to have to do. This isn't just a thing where you're like, okay, I built it and then I can walk away and it works perfectly and everything's good. No, not at all. And in fact, I think what a lot of people are talking about, and let me give you a little bit of, There you go. There you go. Right in there. Right in there.
But I watched T.O. do it. And
well,
it was
yeah,
working perfectly.
Yeah, he's the whisperer though for electronics. That guy.
Actually, it was about the same as yours. He was getting about a watt out.
Oh, he was? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't feel so bad because he's the man as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
for kit
but I
building.
think he's running 9 volts though, and the max you can get on 9 volts I thought was 2.5 watts.
Okay, well, all right. You took all the kudos away from me. But okay, hear me out. So, my toroids, the little, they're basically magnetic iron shavings that are mashed together with epoxy and pressed fit into a donut shape. What everybody's talking about is if I go in and I spread out the wires a bit differently, I'll actually get more power potentially out of the radio, and I will get different effects and different capabilities of it by playing with those toroids. So that's probably something I will do because, to be honest with you, this is a very novel device. This is very much a thing where you're like can set it up. It's not going to draw a lot of power. It can just sit at camp doing whatever you're doing and be able to like get messages on JSA call. I didn't even get to the WinLink portion of this, but you could WinLink with this thing, for sure.
Well,
hey, Josh.
Yeah.
Hey, K7BLA. I'm just about 45 minutes northeast of Dallas here in Princeton, Texas. And I figured I'd give you a verbal signal report because my antenna's hilarious.
Okay.
It's basically the ham stick commander that ham radio dude did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got that plopped out in the yard. 20 meters, I was receiving you at minus 19, and here on 40, I've got you at a minus 16.
Very good. Very nice. Yeah, so I just nailed a contact with N6ARA. Heck yeah, we got... Wait. He got me at a 0. A zero.
Yeah. Good. Hey, where can you hear from La Crescenta, California? It was probably NVIS.
Yeah, probably. Oh, that's awesome.
I'm actually building the kit right now.
Oh, we lost you. You're building the kit. Good.
Yeah, I'm building the kit. I started building it right as you started the stream, and I'm about on the last toroid now. So I was actually hoping to work you with the kit in real time.
Well, I mean, we're
not
here.
Gonna get it done.
We're here. I'm not going anywhere probably till like 9 or 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock probably.
Sweet.
So.
Yeah. As far as a kit on performance capability, this is probably the most successful kit I've built in a while. If you compare it to the True SDX, even my QDX, like I had some problems with the QDX. The QDX is a very novel and inventive approach to building a kit. But this is cool, man. This feels very brute force. This feels very like aggressively digital. I don't know how else to explain it. Like this is just a digital ass radio. I could see like that L12. I could probably go in there and adjust some of those coil windings. And a couple of the red ones, I see a couple of grouped up windings. And I believe the red ones are the 20-meter ones, too. So I could probably manipulate those and get better results.
One of them is I believe the one like C18, I think that's 80 meters, isn't it? 80 and 60. C19 is 60?
Any of the high winding ones are the lower bands.
Right. And I thought the highest ones were on 18 and 19.
Maybe. You're probably right.
Because those are the two, 18 and 19 are the two that absolutely will not work for me. I cannot tone them for nothing. They're just dead.
So I'm running about 1.5 watts, and it's like warm to the touch, but not hot. That case, by the way, provides that case would be nice if it could somehow give you some kind of heat dissipation by some kind of contact method. That case does not offer that in the way it ships to you, so I might be looking at something like that. I really liked Steve's idea of putting thermal paste on the top rounds so that the washer and the bolt and all that stuff could be a part of the thermal dissipation. I thought that was a really good idea.
The way I believe the way you're supposed to do it is you put the thermal paste underneath where those two silver pads are.
I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, mine. I posted mine in the Discord, the build, my build, and I've got thermal paste. I actually have thermal paste, like commercial grade, $100 a tube thermal paste on mine.
Why couldn't you take the screw and drill the screw hole all the way out, and drill the screw hole all the way out through the aluminum and use it as a heat sink from the screw and the washer and all that stuff? It would permanently put the board in that place, but it's going to stay there anyway.
Well, so James, that's the magic of ham radio kit building. You can do whatever the hell you want, buddy. It's your kit. Do whatever you want. You could do that.
I'm just saying. I mean, just offering up a suggestion.
No, it's good. It's a good idea. But I'm like, I just barely got this thing running like a couple hours ago, right? Like I literally,
Yeah,
like
I don't
you
even
guys
have mine running yet.
You guys all watch me build it from parts to radio. Like it's a real radio right now.
I'm wondering if I'm thinking about that wrong, because when we were talking about putting the thermal paste, I mean, T.O. basically said leave those those four things up a little bit so you can get the paste underneath it. And now I'm like, well, if you did that, then where's the heat going? Because it would be focused into the board. It makes more sense that it's focused up towards that bolt at the top.
Well, so I'm of the mindset that you do all of it. Like you join. So heat is a killer, as we know, for computers and everything. And the best thing you can do is just distribute the heat evenly everywhere. Like if you can't get a good path of heat to get away via active cooling or something like that, then the best thing you can do is like distribute it everywhere. So I would be of the mindset to put the thermal paste on the bottom and actually on the top, on those little top mounts where the washer is, on the rounded bits. I would even put it up there.
Yeah, what happened to mine, because it's literally a paste. It's not that liquid stuff. When I screwed it in, it actually penetrated the screw and went up into the bolt and all the way down under the board. So the paste is basically kind of almost everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens with paste too, particularly.
Well, yeah, the thing is, I mean, the paste that I've got, we used for active cooling passive cooling in 100-degree heat out on the we literally had these radios sitting out in the field, and we had them completely coated in that stuff, and that's it. There was no fan, no nothing. It just sat in the field, and it cooled perfectly with that. So yeah, I mean, you can do quite a bit with passive cooling if you have the right situation.
Yeah, and so I think that's actually, if you're really concerned about heat, then that's actually one of the downsides of this kit with the enclosure. If you buy the enclosure, the enclosure is completely isolated from removing heat from the radio. It's using a system of rails that the PCB slides onto to isolate it. And that's not helping you or those MOSFETs for your finals at all. Like, in fact, it's suffocating it in a box. So there's things you could do. Like you could figure out how to isolate that washer and screw and connect it to the housing a little bit, or do something. I don't know, something. To make it work.
Sand where it's making contact, or where it's about to make contact and make something where it would actually make contact with the case, then it would dissipate through the whole case.
I'm guessing that actually the best thing to do is actually build a active fan right on the top of the case that blows down, and then have some kind of holes that you Dremel out of the sides just to let the exhaust air out.
Well, you can do that, but you can also cool that way by blowing air violently across the case, because it really is about the turbulence that you create with the air. And so, yes, what you're saying would definitely work, but also if you coupled it to the case and you blew air across the case, it would cool it as well. And the reason I'm saying that is that's exactly what we did in the field. It was a completely sealed black box, but we blew, there were fins on the black box, and air would, flow across it enough to keep it cool. So either way, and these things are not you're not that close to thermal like failure. You should be able to anticipate it.
I agree with what Don's saying. If you just get aluminum screw so that it got the heat to the outside of on the actual case, and then blew air across the case take the laminar flow away, if you will.
Oh yeah, I'm down. Yeah, I'm down for all of that. I'm not taking anything away from Don saying. I'm just saying that the aluminum enclosure that you get, it's actually difficult to connect the heat to it. Like physically connect it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
To make a good positive connection. Hey, thank you to Gnome Bash. Oh no, sorry, Mike Shannon too. Gnome Bash. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch there. I appreciate it. Thanks for spending your Amazon Prime right here on the Ham Radio Crash Course. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm down with I'm down with trying it. I have to figure out how to bump up the power output though. I feel like I'm a bit weak. You know, again, S units, half an S unit every time you double power, and this thing is supposed to get you to 5 watts output. I'd even take 4, because that's a S unit and a half of more power that we could put out, right? If we bumped it up, which would be great.
Yeah, a lot of guys are actually getting on 12 volts are getting up to 8 watts out, but that's what you don't want.
Oh yeah, I don't want that. So I've got something wrong with mine. I might have a poorly wound toroid or something like that. I don't know though. That doesn't feel right, because I've got the same problem on 40.
Yeah. By the way, you do know you can hook an amplifier up to this.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Well, no, I think that's neat that he added that to the kit. That, like on the back of it, you got that PTT out. That's
right.
Exactly what it's for.
Right. Your keying interface.
Yep.
Well, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull the plug on this thing and get it in its case, just so the case is not floating around here, because the screws are gonna get lost. So, and then I'm gonna flip back over the 7610, because that's gonna be actually usable.
Yeah, there's some.
Hey, Josh, when you put the antenna thing on there, look closely at your spacing for your antenna input on the side of the case. And the washer, mine wound up better on the inside. Mine wound up better on the inside than the outside to get better spacing.
Weird.
Different than what the instructions recommend, is what you're saying?
No, that's what Hans recommended. He said make sure that if it's really close to the edge, it'll fit better one way. But he said if there's a gap there and you're kind of hard on antennas, and whenever you put that on and off, it'll put a load on it. So see where the washer fits best.
Oh, gotcha. You're talking on the antenna connector. Okay, good point. All right, I'm gonna run an ad here on Twitch and YouTube, and I will be right back, because I'm gonna go to the restroom as well. Where's my Twitch? My Twitch is not there. What Twitch? Why are you like this? And then I'll be back for my hot movie review recommendation.
And what about the ad on YouTube?
Well, I'll get that too. I think I can do that as well. That should be easy for me, right? I should be able to do that. They should let me.
I have no idea how that works, but.
All right, so here we go. I'll be right back. Let's see if I can do right there. All right, I'll be right back, guys, and keep going.
This is so enlightening. I'm sure glad you guys did this week. I'm thanking you too, Don, for helping. I put it together, but I had no idea how to run. I've never done WSJT or any of this stuff. So,
yeah, I've been doing that. WSJTX is no big deal for me, but I mean, again, I still have not gotten the kit to work. So, and the thing about it is too, you have to be kind of the way Josh was talking. If you're going to build a kit, you got to realize that, it's going to be a little wonky, and you may not have quite the experience level you need or whatever, but you have to accept the fact that half the fun of this is going to be debugging what you broke. And when I built that Morcerino, I was watching Jason and some guys do it, I think on T.O.'s channel. and Jason's messed up completely, and they were able to sit around and figure out what was wrong with it and fix it. And damned if I didn't run into the same problem. So I knew exactly how to fix it. So I think a lot of times when they do these live streams and everything is absolutely perfect, it doesn't teach you nearly as much as when something's busted and you got to fix it. But
totally agree.
Yeah, the point being though that you have to have an attitude of, hey, yeah, okay, this thing is broken, but hey, I'm having a hell of a lot of fun fixing it.
So Don, playing devil's advocate,
sure.
Did you go back and check all of your solder connections? Make sure that you had everything facing, you know, if you had things that were polarized, that they're in the right direction, all that kind of stuff.
Many times, but I'm always going to do. I'm going to do it again and again and again. So, in fact, when Josh was putting those diodes in tonight, I was like, "Oh, wait a minute, let me double check those." But yeah, they're fine.
I'm just trying to, like, troubleshoot what could be wrong, because when you're pretty experienced with this kind of stuff. If something like that just screw up on you, it's either a manufacturer problem or maybe you just happen to overlook something.
Yeah, I was concerned that my inductors went. My inductors, those 4 resistor-looking things, went in upside down because somebody told me to do it one way, and then I watched T.O. do it the other way, and he was doing a workaround because he got a revision 2, and they gave him something that he had to drill a hole in the board and all this stuff, and it was like, holy crap. And then I looked at mine, and it's like, oh, it's in my kit, never mind.
Yeah, I got the wrong manual when I started mine, and I'm like laying all the parts out, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't have these parts. And so I said, T.O., I'm not going to be able to do it today because I don't have any of the, I'm missing this part and this part. And he said, wait a minute, what version of the manual do you have? He said, that's not in the version of the manual I have. And I went and sure enough, I had the version 1 manual, and I was laying the parts out based on what came with the version 1. Well, version 3 doesn't need those parts anymore.
I have a quick question for the group.
Yeah, Go ahead. Question.
Yeah, Ben, K7BLA. I run a signal link, and I know that right on the front of that, you can set your audio levels in hardware on the signal link. So on the device you're using, do you just rely on the Windows control panel to set your audio in and out of the device? And I'm talking other than what's right in the WSJTX control panel there?
Yes, exactly. And you can go either way. You can have a discrete physical box, or you can do it in Windows. The problem I'm having, actually, I think we sorted it out. We just needed to tell the device to apply some gain to the audio levels that were coming in. And that seemed to work out.
Yeah, I knew you were getting low wattage out, and so I just wanted to make sure that I mean, obviously you'd already checked that, but just to clarify for myself.
Well, what Josh did do was in the Telnet session, in the band frequency settings, there is an audio gain that you can turn up, and that will turn up the audio coming out of the device. So there is something in the device that does turn that audio up.
Okay, but the low wattage out, that's a different story.
Yeah, you can turn the audio up, and the power, that's a different issue. And that I'm not even going to worry about the power right now. I'm dealing with both the power and the audio. I'm getting neither. So, but I've looked at it, and I've turned my audio gain all the way up, and I can see that it made a big change in the amount of audio that I was getting towards the computer.
Which way are you beaming, Josh?
Right now I'm beaming west, but I'm not transmitting yet. I'm going to get the 7610 back on the air. But apparently it's not happy with it's not happy with whatever I did with messing around with the QRPLabs. My 7610 is not a happy boy. So I'm going to have to figure that out right now. There was somebody else in there that had a question, so go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Do you guys hear my audio okay?
Yeah.
Oh, this is WS7PB at Liberty Cave, and I've been watching all night. I really appreciate this, Josh. I got
cool.
the kit. I haven't really started on it, but I'm just so glad I bumped into this tonight, and I watched the whole thing. It's going to be a huge help to me when I get started.
Oh, right on, man. Now, I didn't wrap the toroids live. I didn't do that, so you can take me to task on that one. But everything else we tried to hit up.
It's not my first kit. I've wrapped a few toroids. I agree with you. This is a complicated one.
For the toroids, for sure. Everything else is very straightforward. The toroids are the issue, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I have another story. This is my first time live on your Discord.
Oh, right on, man. Well, thanks for joining us.
But actually, you're the first person that ever pointed me towards Discord in one of your broadcasts, maybe a year and a half ago. And tonight I sat here, and none of the other ones that I've jumped into, 4 or 5 of them over that period of time, had push to talk. So I got to learn another thing while I researched push to talk tonight.
Yeah, the reason why we do push to talk is because we have so many people. We generally try and make it, so we've got the push to talk on just so that people don't talk over each other, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I totally understood why. It just took a little bit to catch on how to do it. So anyway, once again, thanks a lot, and I've always enjoyed your channel, and
thank you.
Look forward to seeing more of it.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Hi, Liberty.
Don, how are you doing tonight? You're a big help, too.
Oh, I'm doing all right, but it's good to hear you, man.
Yeah, you too. I always enjoy watching you on Coffee and Ham Radio in the chat on Saturday mornings. You give those guys a lot of direction.
Well, I mean, all of us have fun in all of the chats. I mean, whether it's Josh's or Ham Radio Clubhouse or all of those. I mean, the chats are half the fun. And then there's nothing like this. There's nothing like this live chat.
No, this is a good family. It's fun and it's great learning. And I enjoy the heck out of it. You know that. I wouldn't be around so much if I didn't.
Yep. There's just a number of us that know each other so well from the chats every week that, and I'm sure you know that, Josh, but I mean, it's just.
Oh, yeah. For sure. I mean, there's a huge group, right, of Discords, and the fact that you all are willing to jump between all of them to have fun on ham radio is kind of like amazing to me. So that's awesome.
Yeah, there's a bunch of us that are like, we're always in the same chats, and so it's just like you just know all the people, right? All of the people that are chatting, and whether it's Jason's or whatever. I mean, it's like, oh, hey, Liberty's on again. Hey, Liberty, or Andy. Andy Callie. You guys all know Andy Callie.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So there's just there's probably dozens of people I can name that are just like Andy, always there.
Yeah, I'm going through some weird pain right now with my 7610 for some reason. I don't understand why.
I turned my 13-year-old PC on for the first time in 2 years, and I'm going through some pain too.
I think all of my mucking around with that little box, it's very unhappy. I bet if I restarted the computer, it'd be good to go. So we may have to grab another radio or something.
Yeah, that's weird because I don't know.
I think it's my PC. It's my computer.
Okay. Yeah, because I've got I switched between my 101D and my QDX, and I haven't had any issues with that. In fact, I've also run the Hermes and a couple other things off of it, and it's like
I'm guessing it's just a combination of me mucking around back and forth, this, that, all that stuff. Just a combination of something it doesn't like. I mean, that's possible.
Did you change your radio back?
I'm working on it.
I meant in the program in WSJT.
I'm not even there yet. I'm trying to get it back on.
That's not bad.
I'm trying to get it back on the Icom software that I use. So the Icom software is having a problem seeing the radio. So I'm betting. Let me see.
Well, I didn't see where are your COM ports.
I jumped through it pretty fast. I was just looking for the number.
I didn't see them.
Yeah. So if I disconnect this guy,
Like the CPX 212 drivers, right?
it should be the COM port 2. Oh God, get out of there.
Okay, yeah.
Oh no, my 7610 isn't even showing up right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it because
My 7610 isn't even there. What's going on with my 7610?
Yeah, I was thinking that it was like CPX something or other.
Which cable is my 7610? Oh no, that's not it. No.
I just unplug all of them and plug them back in.
Right? That's it.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of them's not connected for sure.
Yeah. Can you unplug it from the 7610?
Yeah, I'm reaching around here. Oh, is that
Cables are their own special part of ham radio.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was gonna have to go buy a USB cable, but I found an ancient one for a printer.
Yeah, that's what that is. That USB-B standard is the one that is always used for the printer.
There it is. It found it. Okay. Yep. We got it. There we go. That's.
There
it is.
radio's wireless communication.
Yeah, that CP.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that CP210 that should always be there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually Yaesu and Icom use the same one.
Mucking around with.
So
all
I
this
actually
stuff.
have a question.
Yeah, please.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're here for, man.
So I just picked up a SDR Play RSP1.
Oh, this is Ethan.
Just the one. Yeah, this is Ethan.
I'm like, that voice is really familiar to me. You know, you just hop in there, man. You're good.
And the way I'm wanting to hook it up is to a shared input from my my active loop antenna, my Wellbrook. So that is obviously powered. So there is, I don't know what the voltage is that's going out to the loop. And the way that I can hook up this RSP1 is basically in line with that, using the RTR2 from DX Engineering, the transmit receive switch. I know that technically the RSP1A is it AC coupled, and so that DC voltage shouldn't mess up the SDR. But has anyone actually done that to know for a fact that it's okay, or do I need to buy a DC block, an inline DC block?
But you power the whole thing off USB.
Right. Well, what I mean is because the input into the SDR is connected to in line with the output of the power supply for the Wellbrook receive loop that is sending voltage to the receive loop for the preamp in the receive loop.
Okay.
It's going to receive, I don't even know what the voltage is, also into the RSP1.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Well, from my understanding, so I don't know the Wellbrook setup, because typically what I've seen on the receive loops is you have the bias T or whatever, and anything behind the bias T is fine, and it injects power upwards. So the Wellbrook or the preamp on the Wellbrook or whatever gets
Right.
power, but there's no power on the back half of it.
Right. So the way that I'm able to hook this up without putting in a switch between the SDR and my transceiver is after the bias T. So it is actually after that is providing the power to the.
How much power are we talking about?
That's actually a good question. I don't know
I
what
think it's
they.
like 9-10 volts.
Yeah.
Some of them can be up to 12. My W6 LVP is running 12 volts, so it has a 12 volt bias T.
Yeah, they're about 13. Yeah, they're standard 12.
Why would the antenna pass the voltage on to the radio?
It's not. It's the he's saying that he's got the injector, the thing that's pushing the 12 volts before the RSP1A, and then the RSP1A is going on over to the antenna.
So basically, I'm running this DX Engineering RTR2, And the easiest way to hook up both a transceiver and an SDR at the same time to the same receive antenna without having to manually unplug things or put an antenna switch in a weird spot is basically there's two inputs for a receive loop antenna or a receive antenna, and they're jumpered together. One is an F connector, a 75 ohm F connector. The other one's a BNC connector. So it's kind of hacking it to make it work. But because the end goal is to be able to use the SDR on my computer at the same time that the 7300 is still connected into the system, into the RTR2. So I'm probably overcomplicating it.
I'm having a hard time visualizing this for some reason.
A picture might help, but it's
antenna and radio.
Yeah, I know.
Basically, it's like a splitter. So imagine a splitter after the bias T, between the bias T and the antenna. Except one half of the splitter goes to the antenna, the other half of the splitter goes to the SDR, and then
I'm looking at their manual because it looks the main antenna out looks weird how they do it.
For the RTR2, is that what you're looking at? Yeah. Because the other aspect as well is if it is connected this way, as soon as I transmit, it takes both my receive loop and the SDR completely out of the antenna system, and neither are connected to an antenna automatically upon transmit. So that obviously then protects everything. But
so active receive loop in there.
I hear Chris mumbling. So
yeah, I'm reading through the manual. Let me find out. And I'll look because I'm seeing.
Cool. I was just curious if anyone had done that before or encountered it before. They do sell. I mean, they're like $20. New Elec has one. It's just a DC blocking inline SMA connector that I just have to be patient until Thursday to receive that from Amazon because I live in the middle of nowhere apparently, and
but
shipping isn't a thing.
If you put that DC block in there, wouldn't that block it towards the antenna also?
No, it's basically a splitter, so it's still going to go to the antenna. It's just the split that's going to the SDR would no longer receive that DC voltage. Or that splitter would, but then by the time it gets to the SDR, it's blocked. However it is that it does that.
I'd put a DC block on it if it were me.
Yeah, on the safe side.
Yeah, I don't think
every time we have any DC in the lab at school, we put DC blocks on everything, but also our equipment costs a lot more than SDR, so we're always pretty safe about it.
Right.
So they show a weird way. So they show the main antenna into main antenna, the RX antenna in, and then so they have a splitter.
Are they adding in another piece of equipment?
I'm now on 20 meters.
Yeah, they're adding in. It's the diagram 10 in their manual.
Let me look here. On page what?
33. It almost sounds like yours, where basically it's Kenwood. But they're using a splitter. The 1.2C. The 1.2C is throwing me off, but basically they have the SDR.
Oh, so what this is not accounting for is actually a separate RX antenna.
Yeah, what you're doing, but you want
which
the main antennas
as well for transmit.
Main antennas out, which is the common splitting.
Yeah. So do you see where it says RX antenna in on the back of the RTR2, and there's the two plugs? Basically, those go to the same thing. Just one's the 75 ohm F connector, and the other one's a 50 ohm or actually technically I think that they're both 50 unless you get another internal piece, but that's kind of weird with the F connector. And the other one's just a BNC connector. So effectively,
I'd email. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to email them. They may. DX Engineering's pretty good about this stuff. I'd ask them.
Yeah, see how they.
Yeah, if they
generally recommend doing it.
Yeah, they.
Because I can't be the only one who wants to do this. Because the main problem is, right, that the 7300 doesn't have an IF out.
No, and
that's the main problem.
I know. I've emailed Pacific Antenna, whose QRP kits. And they were great with me. So I assume DX Engineering with their bigger sizes just as good.
What was your radio again?
7300.
Yeah, 7300.
I don't know why I can't wrap my brain around this. Do you have the kit for the SDR connection into the 7300?
I don't. That would solve my problem, but that would also cost more money.
now I'm getting the point.
Right.
Okay,
that is the way that you probably should do this. Yes.
now I'm getting there now. Okay.
Yeah.
You're not trying to use the same antenna though, right?
I'm using the same. I want to use the same receive antenna because it's my receive loop antenna.
So his 7300 stuff, because he's in a city, it's basically he's trying to use the RTR, or he's right now got the loop.
MFJ has the solution for that.
Well, so
that's more money because he's already got a trans and receive switch for his loop. He's just trying to sort of split the receive rather than just the 7300 also split out.
If you put a bias T in, or it's just like if you tee it off, then you're actually degrading the signal further, right? So you need like a preamp at that point. I don't know if that
is true. If I am, because I am effectively splitting it.
Yeah. So
the bias T's in the thing too, which is
if you attenuate it, it might help the 7300 in certain circumstances.
I don't know that he has that problem necessarily yet, but okay. So you have one receive loop antenna, and you put a box there. Does the box have a preamp built into it?
The receive loop itself does, but not the RTR2.
Because the 12 volts that he's pushing out towards the antenna is for the preamp. Because the
right.
Well, the RTR2 is basically saying don't cook my loop when he transmits. And
I just posted from the manual here an image. This is basically my current setup, more or less, where it is behaving as a transmit receive, as well as the RTR2 does have a bias T built into it. So it is sending voltage out to that. In this case, they have that active receive antenna, but just pretend that's an actual loop antenna. But you can see where it's plugged in. There are two ports right there. It's basically just more or less to give you multiple options for how you connect your receive antennas.
How are you splitting it on the 7300?
It would be on that. I'm not splitting it at the 7300. It is.
He just got this SDR this afternoon, so
he's
trying to go future.
This $300 device is for the splitting.
Right. So basically, what I'm doing or what I'm contemplating doing is leaving it hooked up this way, but basically plugging the SDR play.
All right, guys, this is Liberty again. I gotta get up early in the morning and go paint a house with my son. So
take it easy,
man. Have fun with that.
I appreciate all you showed us tonight, and I'll be back.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
73 Liberty.
Take it easy.
73.
So basically, the receive antenna input has two plugs. One is going to the receive antenna, the other one's not being used. I'm basically wanting to hook up the SDR play to that receive antenna, that other receive antenna input, which is
do it.
Basically, let's see what happens.
YOLO.
Yeah.
I feel like YOLO is the right answer at this point. I feel like that. And I appreciate that you paid money for this, and I would do this. I'm not saying you do this, but I would have already plug that shit in by now. To be honest.
So technically, I'm looking through forums, right? And you have random people.
Oh, that's the. Oh God, what's Ethan's dog's name?
That's
Harley?
Halsey.
Halsey, that's it.
Yeah.
That's Halsey. That's a corgi.
Yes,
I can hear
yes,
a corgi.
that is Halsey.
I can
My
hear
goodness.
a corgi from. I know corgi bark.
My wife decided to walk into the room, and she did not like that.
So,
apparently.
wait, are you inputting DC voltage into the RF input? Is what would happen?
That is what would happen. Yes.
So there's a forum post I found. I'll send it in a link. RSP1 has an AC coupled input as shown here. Blah. You will not have a problem applying DC voltage to the RF input.
Ah, there you go. You're good.
There you go. That's the answer to that
This
question.
is directly from RF SDR Play support.
Yeah, I would have just YOLO'd it already.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm clicking on that, and of course it's great because this is ham radio, right? You then have multiple people responding that he probably should still put a DC block on there, even though literally the manufacturer of the device says it's fine. So ham radio.
Actually.
Has anybody here actually used that MFJ SDR switch that just got posted in the forum?
I just watched a video on it 4 days ago because I have a friend that has a TS 590, and they used it on a TS 2000.
Was it a video made by one ham radio crash course? Are you talking about the MFJ SDR receive multicoupler?
Yep, the 1708.
Yeah, I have it. I'm using it. I use it on all my antenna review videos. I have
Does
it
it
on.
Does it kill your receive, Josh? Because I heard
No.
Okay, I've heard other people say that because one guy, maybe it's an older revision, but somebody had taken it apart and they showed that it used on the center pin of the coax. Inside, it just used solid copper jumper wires rather than coax and a few flaws. And theirs, anyway, maybe an older revision just killed the receive of the primary radio.
I think that's the non-B version. The B version is much improved.
Okay, good to know. Because I was very interested in one. I have an older radio without a waterfall, so I was very interested in doing something like that.
I like mine.
Johnny W. Whiskey 5 Kilo Victor.
Yeah.
Which gone by God knows how many other names on YouTube. He had an early review on his too, and he enjoyed it. It worked pretty well. I've never heard. I mean, there's obviously with MFJs, cold solder joints are semi-common.
I have heard issues with it, but the problem is a lot of times when they are mentioning it, they don't mention whether it's the 1708 or the 1708B. And I remember the 1708 had issues. So, and in fact, I don't even know that they sell the non-B version anymore.
Okay. I mean, you can go look at my video on it. The cool thing about the MFJ is that it gives you a lot of options on multiple receivers, multiple receive antennas. 2 receive antennas is the max. Multiple receivers, and then you can have internal filtering for like broadcast radio filtering. You can get additional filters for that, which is nice.
Can't you add a real simple like device inside the 7300 to pick up or to do the same thing?
Yes, well, it is simple, but it's like $150 or something like that. It could be more than that actually.
Well, that thing that Ethan was showing us 300. So.
Well, yeah, but he owns it. He's got it already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. If someone else just wants an SDR to be connected, that's a good option.
Yeah.
For me, this is taking out several pieces that I would normally have to have because it has the BIS-T built into it. It has the automatic cutoff and all of that. So,
you know, there's another option to this, don't you, Ethan? It's called a 7610. Yeah.
Or a flex.
Or a flex.
Yeah. Well, but you want it into the computer, right? Technically.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, the 7610 has an IF out, right?
It does.
So I could technically run it that way.
Yeah.
But...
So your solution is a $3,500 radio.
Yeah.
Damn right.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, one of the things that I really am frustrated about with some of the lower end radios is, damn it, put 2 inputs on it, 2 antenna inputs minimum. And one of the things that reason I'm bringing that up is Yaesu is releasing all these radios that they say are replacing radios that had 2 inputs, and they're putting only a single. Like the FT8 10, they're saying it's kind of a 3000 replacement. It's not. It does not have the connectivity that the 3000 did.
I'm gonna chime in here for anyone who's chasing POTA and wants to chase FT8 POTA. V4DX is on 15 and 20 meters right now, up in Washington on a never activated island.
Oh.
Yeah, and 15 was open a few minutes ago.
Yeah, they're on 15 and 20. So I'm gonna go work it right now.
What's that call sign in Washington?
We4DX.
Whiskey Echo 4 Delta X-ray.
Mike, Kosher Pork Rinds, Craig, a couple of guys from Washington are up at in the islands, the Sound. And Mike
Gotcha. Yeah, I used to live up there just a couple months back. I just moved down to Texas a couple months ago.
Yeah, they're up at Orcas Islands area, so they're activating the unactivateds.
Yeah, earlier when Heath gets on from up there, I cannot hear him for nothing.
That's your chance.
I think I just don't think Heath has enough power.
I'm surprised how active right now 15 is.
Yeah, I know, it's just amazing.
Well, let's look at my 20 meters. Oh my God! All those pink lines are people that hear me right now, guys. So everybody that's watching me on YouTube, those are people that are hearing me.
Go to 15, Josh.
I'm going to. I'm going to go to there right now. I'm going to go to there. I want to go to there.
Bravo. And 15 meters is going across the Pacific.
Yeah, I've been hearing you here in Ohio, Josh. Easy. And you're like -7, I think.
I'm getting out.
I'm getting a lot of Europe, Russia, Ukraine, Germany. A lot of it right now.
Yeah, 15 is all I'm hearing is Victor Kilo.
Yeah, I'm seeing Indonesia on the East Coast. I'm working remote on the East Coast.
I'm gonna point north though to get to the Washington boys.
Mm-hmm.
They said they saw you.
Yeah, I guarantee I won't be able to hear him. I can't hear him during the day on 20 meters either. It's just, I don't know. Now, when I'm out at a park, I can. I've worked Washington several times.
Yeah,
as a point of reference, Josh, I told you that I was hearing you at like -19 when you were beaming west on that little QRP box you just built.
Yeah.
On your big radio there, I looked earlier and I got you at a 0 on this little
Yeah.
hamstick commander.
Yeah.
So I was only saying that because I was surprised I was even able to hear you on something as compromised as that hamstick commander. So yeah, point of reference is 0 now on your big radio.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
big radio is 100 watts. That's the difference. That's and it's a better radio too.
By the way, on that commander thing that you've got, if you replace the 20 meter element with one of those 17-foot whips, it'll really get out because you won't be compromised at all.
The challenge on this one is the 80 meter ham stick, man. It's
Oh, yeah.
so loaded up anyway
So
that
narrow.
it's just really narrow banded. And when you make a ham stick commander out of it, there's no way you're even going to key up on 80 at all without a serious external tuner. So ham radio dude was saying the same thing. 80 is just finicky as all hell.
Honestly, if you play the vertical loaded antenna game, 40 meters is also kind of a pain in the ass. Like with a loaded vertical.
It's not as bad as 80, but yeah, 40 is finicky.
But I find 20 is kind of the sweet spot for loaded verticals, and then you start dipping into 40, and it's like, okay, because the problem you get into is not that you can't get a spot that you can hear. The hearing is not the problem. You just turn to maximum noise, and you're kind of good to go. The problem is that when you start, if you have an analyzer on you, you put it on the analyzer, what you'll see is you'll get a nice little dip, and it'll get you to maybe 4 or 5, and then all of a sudden it'll go whoop and like drop in. It'll whoop, like dip in, and that workable space is totally commensurate based off of your mag mount on your car or your radial system that you're running. And I feel that once you go high Q, it's really difficult to get your signal out. I've always had just major problems doing it.
Yeah, I live in an HOA, and so my hamstick commander deal is just it'll sit behind the wooden fence, and that stays up 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got to go out there and tip up my big old like military mast that I leave out there, but I have to pull it up and then tie down the third guy wire, and I put it up on occasion, but the hamstick commander is just the only thing I can run 24/7. Off center fed dipole is for special occasions.
And I mean, that's and there's nothing wrong with that. That is a practical understanding of what your realities are in dealing with it, right? Like there's only so much you can do. If you're in an HOA, and by the way, this is such a pain in the ass of mine about ham radios, where like people are like, well, don't live in an HOA. Like, do you know how difficult it is to be like, oh, I'm going to sell my house and buy a new house because ham radio? Like, it's too difficult to do that. So do the best you can. There are things you can do, but appreciate that you just can't do everything in an HOA. And I think everybody understands that. I think reasonable people understand that, but a lot of people will tell you, oh, just you got to get the hell out of there. That's the death of ham radio. I don't disagree with them with what their point is. Their just messages is shit.
Yeah, I moved down here from Washington State, and the real estate market down here is just unreal. And I wasn't about to buy a house sight unseen. So I jumped into a rental, and I really, really tried not getting into an HOA. But the way things turned out, I didn't have a choice but to rent this place for the first year while I got settled into the job and got down here physically so that I could find a house. So things will change, It's just that this is what I can do for the next year, just getting my feet on the ground here in Texas.
Yeah, and I haven't done an HOA video in some time, but believe me, I have. And one of the first things I do is I take a look at the amount of people that live in an HOA, and the number is staggering. Like, I don't think enough people understand how many human beings live under the oppressive dome of an HOA. Like, there are so many cities that you go live in where the actual supply of non-HOA housing is almost non-existent, or it's priced out of most people's budgets. There are some cities where a lot of young people go because they're, young engineers or young professional workers that end up in city spaces where HOA is pretty much the only way you can go. That is a real thing. So let's work with them and figure out a solution, but we got to be really clear and say, hey, it's not going to be the greatest solution. We can't give you the best solution,
Speaking to your suggestion that you made to that other guy that was in here earlier, he hadn't got his call sign yet and was mentioning he was in an HOA, foil ducting in his attic. So here, I'm in a Rambler. It's one story, and I run a Diamond X300 November Alpha for the dual band, and I just got a 10-foot stick of galvanized conduit and clamped the antenna to the top of that, and I'm on a corner lot in an HOA just like he is, but I stuck that antenna on the side of the house away from the street.
Right.
And that's exactly what I did, and it sticks up above the house probably 6 or 8 feet or so. I figured I'd do it now and ask forgiveness later if anybody says anything. And I ran like that for the last 2 years up in Washington, again in a blasted HOA. Here, I'm doing the same thing, HOA, and if they say anything, I'll pull it down, apologize, and figure something else out later.
Yeah, I think you know what's really funny about ham radio operators? Like, I feel like I could make a really good video on schmoozing neighbors. Like, schmoozing neighbors, getting involved in the community and explaining why you should be active in the community because they will turn somewhat of a blind eye to that little vertical pull you have. The problem is that for so many ham radio operators, they are so unwilling to engage with their local community that they can never build the rapport that would let them skirt by most of these rules. And that's a real thing. Like there is always a way. There's always a way, just via having good relations with people, even in your HOA, where you will not get in so much trouble. Like you won't get in so much trouble. Or if you get in trouble, it's not like I have to take it down. It's let's negotiate the best solution here. It's not that you have to take everything away. It's, well, I was doing this. What if I did this instead? And by the way, I want to remind everybody, this is an emergency preparedness system. When all comms go down, did you know that ham radio operators are licensed by the FCC for emergency preparedness? Did you know that we are a service of the FCC, a part of our government, our United States? I get it. I get it. You know, you guys view this as an eyesore. I don't really. So, you know, I don't completely agree with you, but I think we can find a compromise. What if I change this a bit, or maybe if I moved it into the trees? Would that be okay? Because I don't want to lose our capability as an HOA to be completely isolated if our communication systems go down.
That's what a local young ham did here. Is he's,
like,
a guy
right?
Gave him a Tram 1480. A guy gave him a Tram 1481. Which is a 17-foot vertical, or something. Yeah, it's 2 meter, like the giant 2 meter vertical. He basically stuck it on a fence post. He couldn't put it up high and like really high, but what he did is he put it in between a bunch of arborvitaes. No one cared, but it still works great. Like gets it out, and if someone sees it, he can, at least luckily he's young. He can act dumb and be like, "Oh, I didn't know." But yeah, no. I remember, I think your buddi-stick Pro, you had the same thing. You did something with the emergency comms that really stood out. I think your buddi-stick Pro review when you were on the, when you had the air show video, it was, the way you described it, that one lady, was the same exact way you just did. Of like, this is for emergency communications, and it changes people's views so quickly.
Yeah, and I hate, that was literally coming out of a, I'm not going to say like a pre-drawn speech, but my wife, the only reason she has any interest in ham radio is because it has emergency preparedness capabilities. Like, she cares about the family. She cares about the community. She cares about if they're all on WhatsApp. They're all on Facebook, and they're all doing this, right, every day. Talking about everything that's going on. And then I say to them, like, well, what if that goes away? And they're like, what do you mean if it goes away? I'm like, well, what if it goes away? And they're like, can that happen? And I'm like, well, it's happened before. Why would we not assume it could go away in the future? And they're like, well, what if you do if that happens? Like, well, that's ham radio, or that's some non-service supplied communication system. And you speak to people that way, and you break it down in that sense, and you just walk them through why having an off-grid solution for communication is valuable. And it doesn't have to be, the high-speed, low-drag QDX, like, that goes in your pocket that you can go do digital modes with. It could be CB radios, GMRS, whatever. But like the conversation, once you start having it, people start going, oh, okay, I understand what you're saying. I get it. And that's where it's at. That's where you're trying to be.
Yeah. Well, what we need to do is develop a group to pour our money, hook up with a developer that's a ham, build our own community, and our HOA will be the Ham Operators Association.
You can only live here if you put up a tower.
That's right.
That's the only way. You have to have a 3-element. You have to have a 3-element beam. Every home.
Every home.
Panels, like, just you have to meet all these stringent requirements. No cheap solar panels. No touch lamps.
Yep. Everybody gets an acre lot, right?
And any interference to the ham next door will be met with fines and.
Yep.
Good door.
Dawn, you're too easy.
Yeah.
Hangings at dawn. If you if you bring a touch lamp into our community, it's an immediate firing squad.
Yeah. Well, that's how some of those HOAs are run. So.
Well, right. Why should we be any different?
Exactly.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Did I mention I'm looking to buy a house? Let me know if we end up putting this thing together. I love it.
Well, Dawn, I think you should take point because I think Texas would be an ideal place to start this.
Hey, we got the real estate.
Josh, don't you remember that guy that came on? Oh gosh, maybe a year ago.
Yeah.
And he's talking about he bought like 500 acres in Texas, and he was building.
Yes.
Yes. You
And
remember
money
that?
was no object. Money
Yeah,
was no
yeah,
object.
exactly. He's building the houses, and he wants to put a tower and all this other stuff. What kind of gear should I buy?
It's like if you give me no budget, like if you just say go for it,
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
gonna set you up. I'll set you up.
That's what he did.
Yeah,
Well,
and we
now,
did. I think we talked about it for like 45 minutes. Yeah.
It'll look like the VOA.
And yeah, he was basically saying, well, I'm moving my family in there, and I want them all to have access to ham radio. So, you know, and he was talking about like he was going to section this out, and he was going to put, you know, different family members in different houses and, you know, all of this kind of stuff. So it was like, I don't know if he is BSing or what, but.
Probably, because we never heard from him again. So I'm
right. Or maybe he got it built. We don't know.
Well, okay, so there's a prepper mindset in just the discussion of what could happen. There's like it's like an endorphin drop where you just talk about what could happen, and then you make a plan about what you might buy if it could happen. You don't ever own the thing, but you still get the Ronald Gladish. Thank you so much for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate it. So you get this endorphin drop of merely talking about it. It's the same concept. Why? By the way, I'll remind everybody: if you're thinking about making a YouTube channel, making videos, making a book, making a radio, making an anything, the first thing you should never do is go tell people that you're doing it. Go do it. Get it done. Get it completed. Get it uploaded. Get it built, and then tell people about it. Because your own brain will sabotage you. The more you talk about the cool thing that you're going to build, you're going to procrastinate and procrastinate and procrastinate and figure out every reason why you're not going to work on that cool thing that you should be working on. Just go work on the thing. Trust me. I know this. Just trust me. So there you go. W5 DUI with the plus. You're a +6 to me. Told me I'm a +8. So we'll get that going right now. Good contact.
Don,
Man,
I didn't realize.
This is.
Oh, sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say this is insane. Look at all this. It's almost a solid streak of pink into the other continents. Go ahead. I'm done.
Don, I didn't realize how close you are to me, man. You're
Yeah,
you're right down there. You're like 16, 18 miles. I've only been here in Texas, man, a couple of months, and I just went through Repeater Book and added everything close to me. What would you say is the best 2-meter repeater around here? Would you say the flamethrower or like the one with kind of the go-to biggest, most popular? What would you say?
Well, I've heard a lot about the flamethrower. I personally hang out on 147.12, which is the K5RWK repeater, because I live in Richardson and I'm a part of the Richardson Wireless Club.
Okay, yeah, you can hit that on a wet noodle. I've got that in my scan list also, so I monitor that regularly.
Yeah, the guy that runs that KE5JDB, I mean, that dude has repeaters all over town, and he's an amazing repeater operator. Jason already also has one, and I can't remember and I don't mean that he owns that repeater. There's one in Euless that's on a 440 deal, and that one is Jason and Frank are on it quite often. You know, Jason and Frank are right around here too, right?
No,
Jason's just down the way in Grapevine. Frank's a little further.
Oh yeah,
in
Jason.
Euless.
I did know that.
Yeah. And Frank's a little bit further on down in Euless. And but when we do one of those support your parks weekends, watch Jason's Discord. Come out and meet us, man.
Oh yeah, Jason does a big thing for. Well, it's not just support your parks. Jason does a lot of meetups, like in person.
Yes, he does,
which is great, which is really good.
Yeah, that's awesome. My email's on QRZ. If you want to drop me a line next time you guys are going out or whatever, and I'll keep my eye on his channel as well.
Yeah. He usually announces it in his channel, and he usually announces it like several times on his live streams when he's going to go, when he's going to have an event.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the next Support Your Parks in October, we might all get together again. We usually meet up at Lake Ray Roberts, which is actually not too terribly far from you.
Okay, that was hilarious. I was looking up. I was looking through videos specifically about Texas before I moved down here, and one of his videos caught my eye. It was what was it? Soda in Texas. You know, Summits on the Air, Texas.
Oh yeah.
And I was rolling. It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, he and Frank sitting on a hill basically.
Right. Yeah.
And Mike actually, K8MRD, by the way, Mike just lives down in Houston. He comes up here quite often.
Huntsville.
Well, yeah, it's near Houston, but yes,
Okay.
It's Huntsville. But Scott lives south of there, so that's ham radio for non-techies. He's south of there, and I've had the pleasure of meeting all of those guys. Because we have these events. Mike, I've actually driven down to the Huntsville State Park to meet Mike and Scott and some of the guys down there. Shane, ham radio, or this side of the radio, is also here in Texas, just very close by. So yeah, there's a lot of great guys around here.
Don, can you get up to Huntsville? Are you going to come out to Huntsville?
No, I can't. I have got a schedule that you would not believe.
Yeah, no, I understand. But you know what?
Yeah.
You know what they tell you at work? There's never a good time to take vacation.
I know, but I just took vacation when I did actually have time, which is about 3 weeks ago, and the heat was unbearable. I couldn't get out and do anything, but that was my chance to take some time off, and then the next time is probably going to be around Christmas. It's just, it's the nature of this business I'm in.
Yeah.
But I'd like to. The thing is, I have to drive out there and drive back. That's the one thing that's killer for me.
Right. Well,
Not that I mind.
Yeah. Well, Huntsville is possibly, they're all so good. That's got. It's really tough for me to say what my favorite is. They're all really good. They're all really fun.
Well, we used to have a really good one here, and then the first sign of COVID, man, they just closed it down. They're never going to do it again. And Jason, even a couple of the hamfests around here, he keeps trying to get people, encouraged to go out there so we can kind of start that up again.
Right.
Because we used to have what was it, HamCon? It wasn't HamCon, was it? Anyway, I don't remember, but it was up in Plano, which was just down the street from me, and all of the big vendors would go. Jason was there the last time, Jason and Frank both. And honestly, at that time, I was too afraid to go up and talk to him.
Who?
Me. I
Talk
was
to
afraid
who?
of them. To Jason and Frank.
Oh, man.
I saw him running around there. I walked by the booth 2 or 3 times, but I just could never get up the curve.
When was this?
2019.
Oh, so you were already out here talking on Ham Radio Crash Course.
Yeah. I knew who Jason and those guys were.
Yeah, okay, all right.
I mean...
Yeah, we're... Literally, Jason is exactly how he is on video.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
exactly the same way. We're all the same way we are on video. We're not different people. It's not like YouTube... I know it sounds dumb, but we just make YouTube videos. But we're the same people you see in person. We're not any different. We really aren't.
Well, the thing about that particular show was that was just a few months after my wife had died. And I had just gotten in. Sorry, that's just a line in the sand.
Yeah, okay.
The thing is that I had just gotten back into watching you guys on video. Because before that, I was not into amateur radio other than, VHF, UHF, and a few things like that. Because my wife and I were, just too busy. But, I mean, she was always into radios. And, in my household, she found the first Baofeng. She had just recently had me go and wire her van up with a new radio. And all this stuff. And I really, because I was only driving, and I still do, I only drive about 5 minutes to the office. It's like, I can't get on the radio. It's too quick. So, and she didn't want any big HF antennas up. Now I've got HF antennas everywhere. So, anyway, I had just gotten into watching you guys on YouTube, you and Jason and Callum, and I just was intimidated by all of you guys. Not anymore, but
yeah, no. Yeah, I think there are some people out there that hold those feelings, but like we're just regular ass people.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, the more you're in chat and the more you guys talk to us, you know, when you're on a live stream or whatever and you mention a comment I make or something like that, the more that it goes on with us, I mean, with all of us in chat, the more that you seem approachable. And so, right. Yeah, I got over that, and I'm sure to y'all's chagrin, but
no, not at all. It's always great, like, you know, okay, probably Hamvention 2019. That was the first experience I got with people that were like coming up to me a lot and talking to me about the videos and all that stuff, and I was like, man, I'm just amazed you guys are all watching these things. Like, it just is amazing to me. And then fast forward to, you know, post-COVID, you get back out to Hamvention, and it's even more people that are, you know, talking to me, you know, about watching the videos. And it just is amazing to me that you guys do that. Like, it's awesome. Brendan Brooks, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, buddy. But you got to keep in mind, like, I think I can say this confidently, myself included. I'm talking about myself, but I think I can talk a little bit about the other YouTubers. They're doing it because they love ham radio. We're all doing it because this is an important hobby and an important service that we want to maintain and keep and grow. And so when people come and talk to us, we're happy to talk to you. We want to talk to you. We want to hear you, you know, tell us that, like, it helped you. You don't have to do that, and that's not like what we're not like, oh God, I hope he comes and talks to us. But when people come and talk to us about it, it's like that tells us that what we're doing is valuable, and that people are using it, and that it's helpful, and
it's good feedback.
That's what we want, man. There's nothing better than having somebody come up and tell you, like, oh, what you did helped me, like, get past my mic fright, or get past getting started in ham radio, or, you know, whatever. Like, that's the whole point. That's literally the whole point. And it's wonderful.
I think that one of the things that you do specifically here is you start the stream off, or start this live chat off with, hey, is there anybody who hasn't been on here before? Come talk to me. And I think that
talk to us, because I can't answer all questions. I know that.
No. But I mean, you're introducing yourself as somebody that's not scary. So don't be afraid to speak up. And that is so important, because that was me. Honestly, that was me. And I've learned that all of you guys are just, you know,
none of you
willing to talk. So
none of you have to work with me in a proper engineering sense. So you're getting me at fun time. This is hobby time. I'm enjoying the thing that gives my life joy. So I am happy about being able to spend time with all of you. That's why I'm doing it. When I go to work, I'm slightly different. I'm still happy. I'm still upbeat. But believe me, I'm much more intense, because, well, work's got to get done, and we're going to get it done. But that's not what ham radio is about. Ham radio is about the exploration and understanding and having fun with radio, like we did tonight. And that's what I care about. Like, that drives me, man. I want more people in the hobby. I want everybody to become if I haven't said this enough, I want you all to be stewards of ham radio. If I am not empowering you and everyone else that's out here right now talking, we're just hanging out, we're just chatting. If we're not empowering you to be a steward of ham radio, to feel confident that you can go and talk about ham radio, then tell me that you don't feel that way, and tell me why you can't talk to people about ham radio. I want to know, because I want to help you be that person that can grow the hobby. I want you to be That person. I want that from you. That's what I want. I'm going to turn you all into advocates of ham radio if I can. If you want to. If you want to.
Well, and another important aspect of that is for you to grow, and then for you to then be able to grow others, and be an Elmer, be somebody that can answer questions, that can help those hams that are newer than you to come in and be productive members of the Ham Radio Society, if we can say it that way. But yeah.
But hear me out. Like, you know what the best, like, and I know I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I am as confident and strong in ham radio, and I still have so much more to learn. I'm not top level ham radio operator or anything like that. But the only way that I came to this level of understanding ham radio was because I was talking to all of you doing live streams and making videos. I was teaching. Like, I will say that. I have been teaching people. And there's no better way to attain understanding than teaching.
Yeah.
And everyone who wants to understand ham radio better should try to explain it to somebody that doesn't know ham radio.
Yep.
That's the best way you'll grow. That's the fastest way you will get better at the hobby. And the best part about it is when they ask a question and you go, I don't know the answer to this, and then you go, but I think we can find out. And then you could work it together. That's the meat right there. If everybody starts doing that and they start becoming teachers, but also exploring through teaching, then we're just gonna kill it. The whole hobby's gonna grow like wildfire.
Yeah, and one thing sorry, go ahead.
Oh my God, is that K1MAZ? Is Nathan?
No, that was me.
No, on holy smokes! I think I'm getting Nathan right now on WSJTX. Anyway, keep going. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's happened to me the last several weeks. I got approached by a group 6 weeks ago. Right, group of 12 people had to drive halfway across the state and get with them, and they're a prepper, basically a prepper group. And they're not all militia, right, or anything like that. They're just, most of them are just farmers, right? People growing their own herbs for medicine, things like that, prepping that way.
Okay.
And they to this isn't Michigan, this is Ohio. So they have finally got to the point where I think all these types of groups get to of, well, when the grid goes down, they all believe it's going down soon. How are we going to keep in touch with each other? Because we all live 50 to 150 miles apart, right? And
NBIS,
we're starting to talk about that, but they don't want to. They want to do this, but they want to do it with $20 Baofangs. Right, and this is why it took 6 hours to present. It's basically I didn't do much more than what you did in an hour, Josh, but I did it over a longer term with more back and forth discussion, right, in a much smaller group.
Oh, sometimes the back and forth discussion. Well, I mean that's why we do this live stream.
Right,
is the back and forth discussion. That's why we do it. I appreciate that I can talk to you for an hour, and my style is different from how some people learn. I appreciate that. So then we do the live stream after chat. We talk. We answer questions. That's the point. We should probably do another round just to make sure we hit everybody. But I hear you, man. I hear you.
Yeah, and I know I have to be careful. I used to lecture at Ohio State. I worked for Ohio State, but I was also a guest lecturer, and I could, I will grad classes. I walk into a grad class, I talk for 2 hours, right?
What's your background? What do you teach on?
Public administration and managing the university.
Okay.
I was part of academic affairs.
Okay.
So, budgeting, right? We were very budget centric, and it's not in vogue now, but it was what was termed responsibility center budgeting, that you pay attention to how much money you're bringing in and how much of it you're spending, what you're spending on it, and what's a priority.
Mm-hmm.
And before we started doing this, there were so many games being played between the deans and the colleges, where Dean A would try to claim 80% of all this one bucket of revenue, but he would show his expenses as only being about 20% of it, and said, well, the real expenses over here are this other group. Right? And we had to have those kind of conversations.
Okay.
And we said, we came back, put together 7 years worth of statistical data on who, what your enrollments were. Here's what, is really attributed to what you might not have spent the money at the time, but it was really your money that you should have spent, right? You should have taught these kids. And then we set up, because students enroll, right? They need a math class, for example. Well, at a place like High State, they got 15 places they can take a math class, right? For 15 different colleges, and it's a matter of what's allowed to transfer to what, even within a High State, which courses equate. And then if agriculture is teaching math, because the math professors feel, looked down upon for having to teach remedial math, right, in college. They still think they should get all the revenue.
Michael.
It's like, no.
Michael, tell me about your ham club.
My ham club? I was invited to a new ham club.
No, at OSU or wherever it was your college you're talking about.
I did not get involved with the ham club there.
Okay.
It was
so I gotta say I lost you a little bit there because you started talking about stuff that I don't really understand. I don't really copy.
Yeah, okay.
That's a hard copy on that one, Michael.
Politics in the university.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I don't understand that. I don't know what that is. I know people that we pay you to make things, and you make them or you don't. That's what I understand.
Yeah. They're paying them to make mines.
Yeah,
Go ahead, comment.
Yeah, go ahead, comment. Thanks.
He just got a little sidetracked. Is all. He didn't go off the rails.
No,
what he was
no.
trying to say is,
that
he's, because we've got a club here in Enid, Oklahoma, and we have radios on towers that are older than I am, and I'm 50. So we need the repeaters updated, and you can't spend Baofeng money on a repeater. You've got to spend money on a repeater. And we had one going bad. Actually, we've got 5 total, and we've got 2 that are going bad, but you've got a budget over X number of months or years. These have to be replaced, or we won't have the emergency comms that everybody would like to have if we have a tornado right in the middle of Oklahoma. So what he's saying is,
yeah. So let me.
You got to talk to these guys to get them in line with
priorities.
So let me ask you for your club trying to refresh a repeater, how much money do they have sitting in their club coffers?
Actually, not a whole bunch.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm the vice president of the club, and
all right.
I'm very sure. Not that it's not because I think it's just because they haven't been trying to earn or go out and get monies, because that's what I've been doing since I've been in the club. Me and the president have been trying to beat every bush to get $1. But we have a few, and what we've finally gotten down to the club is, hey, we need to sell these boat anchors that are sitting on the shelf for our MCOMs. We need to sell these, get something a little bit more modern that's got a waterfall on the front display, and we only need 1 of them, not 4. Maybe keep a couple of the older ones, but I mean, we literally have shelves full of old stuff. But it's got money, it's got a value to it, and you've got a budget, what you can get rid of. But along those lines, we just decided 4 or 5 weeks ago, right before you did your COVID drive, and I got COVID virtually from you, remember?
Right, yeah.
And,
I transmitted it over the YouTube. Yeah.
But we decided to, hey, what's this WSJT-X? What's this all about? And what's this digital stuff? And we've never done this before. I'm literally got 20 or 30 guys saying that that's not right.
Yeah, so like, where are you at again? Where are you out of? Where are you from?
Enid, Oklahoma.
Okay, so
Enid.
When I went to when I was out in Ohio at the Vinton Amateur Radio Club, the Vinton County Amateur Radio Club, I had a really good talk with one of the guys. W8 Mama's Little Pup. W8 Mama's Little Pup, I think is his call sign. Really great guy. And he kind of hit me with the same thing, and which was really funny. Okay, so let me break down the things here. He's like, I don't do WSJTX. And I was like, okay, I understand. He's like, but what's this JSA call stuff? And I was like, well, it's keyboard to keyboard communication, but it's kind of like time stepped. Like every 15 seconds or so, you're transmitting something or you're receiving something. And he's like, okay, so it's like a digital mode like PSK31 or whatever. I was like, yeah, I mean, yes, in a sense, yes. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, but, you said earlier you don't do FT8. It's based off of FT8. He's like, well, but FT8's digital and JSA call isn't. And I'm like, well, no, that's all digital. It's just it's based on the mode of operation that is FT8. We're just exchanging free-form text instead of a pre-canned message like we do in FT8. And so I explained it to him, and we talked a little bit, and he's like, my dad does WinLink, and I'm like, well, you guys are already doing digital modes. WinLink is a digital mode, and so that's really valuable and really useful, and you should continue doing that. And he's like, okay, so let's get set up on JSA call. So I had that Chameleon tactical dipole set up on that mast. Got him all hooked up, and he said he spent like well into the night just doing JSA call, talking to people. He was like, I was doing DX on this. I was chatting to people on the keyboard. He's like, this is awesome. And I'm like, dude, this is digital mode. This is like digital. You're doing digital right now, and you're actually using the same like backbone that is FT8. He's like, that's crazy. He's like, I didn't really understand this before. And I'm like, it's cool. I understand. Like there's a lot of like negative connotation against FT8, but let me show you this now. He's like, okay. And I said, well, you've been playing on this antenna this whole weekend. Do you know how well this antenna performs? And he's like, not really. And I'm like, okay, let's get FT8 running, and we'll send a couple of beacons, and then we'll look on a website that will show you who heard you. And then you can get a visual representation of how well your antenna's working. He's like, wow, you can do that? And I'm like, yeah, check this out. So we ran WSJTX, we ran FT8, we ran a bunch, ran through a couple CQ calls and made a couple contacts. And then we pulled up PSK Reporter. And he's like, those people heard me? And I'm like, yes, that's your antenna. That's your capability right there. Like, you're seeing what you can do. We're leveraging the internet to be able to do that, but it's RF. That is your RF that's going over digital means to get to those stations. And he's like, this is really cool. He's like, I'm not really going to do FT8, but I would definitely use this to kind of check an antenna. And I'm like, yes, exactly, yes. Use this to test out your antenna. And if you want to, you can do Whisper. Whisper is another mode that's just for kind of checking out antennas and all that. And you're going to have a great time with it. It's going to tell you when your antenna is working. And that's what I do. I use modes like WSJTX and Whisper and reverse beacon network for CW to know that I'm getting out. That's what I use. It takes all the ambiguity away so that I know that I'm being effective with radio. And he's like, oh, this is actually really cool. And I'm like, yes, this like I don't know that I converted him to be a digital guy, but I showed him the utility of it. And the utility of it is what's important, I feel. The most important, I feel.
Well, I totally agree. And and I'm a novice. I mean, I just got my general 2 days before I got virtual COVID, and I'm trying to get this QDX and my other radio to play digital, and I've got a 15-year-old laptop here and a MacBook that's fairly modern, and trying to figure out how it all works. And I've got 108 pages of WSJT manual sitting here, and I really don't want to look at that. But you got to learn by doing.
You learn it by doing. I'm kind of a moron that shoves everything into my brain. I figure if I can't carry it with me, then I'm not going to remember it, which is true. I'm not going to remember it. But to be honest, WSJTX is not that hard. It's really not that hard. It is control the radio, control the audio. Control the radio, control the audio. Once you have that under your control, everything is easy. Everything takes care of itself. And by control the radio, I mean flip frequencies and be able to hit the PTT. Once you can do that, it's easy. It's super easy.
Yeah, everybody in my club is making it seem awful complicated because there's only like 2 people that can do it at this point. And we're not talking, this isn't hard. It's just download the software and start to blinking away at it.
Because change is difficult. It's not that human beings can't adapt to change and use the new things. It's that the mental hurdle of getting over change, people sometimes have a difficult time doing. People are unwilling to meet change. They have all the tools in their epistemology toolkit to be able to work the change, but they can't because they're too thick into what they understand and what they're comfortable with. And what they often will demonize. See, that's the other thing, is FT8 has been demonized for years now. There are ham radio folks who they don't just make funny memes in the sense like I make funny memes talking about FT8 where I poke fun at what it is for the fun of it. These are people who like actively are against digital modes. And then when you start talking to them about that, all of a sudden all of those negative feelings that they have on it start to disappear because it doesn't really exist. The feelings they have are preconceived notions that are poorly formed off of what the reality is. Like there's still people out there that tell you like, oh no, yeah, you're just doing, the computer's making all the contact for you. You turn the computer on, you can walk away. Well, I'm not saying that there aren't some applications out there that might be able to do that. I feel like that's a really poor understanding of what it actually is and the value that it has for ham radio, right? I think. I don't know.
Totally agree. And our club members slowly but surely are figuring out that, if you've got a laptop and you're able to punch and hunt back on the computer keyboard and you're under 80 years old, that you can, and I'm not trying to offend the old people or by any means, because I'm 50. I'm working on it. I'm middle. I'm right there in the middle. But through this live stream and chat and all that stuff, it's opened my eyes to so much more that ham radio has to offer. So this is huge.
It's kind of like I had this pseudo epiphany. How many people have like an electric drill, right? Lots of people have electric drills. And you get a battery, you get indebted to a battery profile. You're a DeWalt guy or a Milwaukee person, or you get Makita or whatever. They make more than drills. And so they'll sell you devices that are not drills, but still work on the same battery, right? You're in the bubble at that point. You're a part of that market, that they can market these other things to. Ham radio is just a tool set. We are in that bubble. It is a tool set. And most of this stuff is free. to explore. You just have to try it. And a lot of people are just unwilling to try, which is fine. If you like your single sideband or CW, I have nothing against you. I also like single sideband and CW. The only hope that I would have is that you just not discourage other people from enjoying things that you don't enjoy. And that's it. That's it. That's all I want. That's all I've asked, is that I'll keep doing my thing. You keep doing your thing. That's fine. But once you start stepping into discouraging people from enjoying what I'm talking about or what I think is interesting, then I'm going to have an issue with you. And I think also that you're also being destructive to the hobby and what it is capable of and what it's about.
Yeah, it's not a janky tripod.
No, I'm not against the janky tripod. I just think it's going to fall over.
It doesn't.
You put a 17-foot telescopic whip on that thing.
Did you watch the video that
I have, but the Wolf River coil thing will flip over on you. A 17-foot steel whip.
Watch the way he did it. It doesn't. I've got.
Did he stake it? Did he stake it?
No. It's just sitting on the side of no, and it's in the wind. He showed it.
Okay.
He says, "Look, here's the okay."
Wait, I'm gonna go. I can actually pull this up right now. We're gonna watch it live. We're gonna do a live react.
By the way, he makes good videos.
He does.
He does live in an HOA. By the way, guys that live in an HOA.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you post that?
In Patreon or whatever.
Oh, got it. Yep.
And if you're out on this Discord and you don't feel that you can get your word in edgewise, just throw the comment out there and you can talk to your heart's content, because that's the whole purpose.
Yeah, put it in the text. I can't hear him.
Sounds like a personal problem.
I guess so.
Do you find it kind of interesting you were saying that people think it's too much to learn digital modes when a lot of people, those same people, will learn a whole new alphabet for CW?
You're large to you, but it really is.
No.
And when you see the versatility.
Some of those people are not the same people, so I'm not sure.
So by the way, I give complete latitude to people who are like, I don't want to do digital modes because I don't want to drag a bunch of extra crap into the field. Oh, I get that. Totally. I totally understand that concept. And they're like, I'd much rather do CW. I'd much rather do just, I have a key, it goes in my bag, and I do the thing, and that's all there is to it. Mm-hmm. Totally fine with that. But they're separate. I think digital modes and CW are kind of different. I really do.
And I have a prep com coming. I don't care. I'm going to enjoy it.
Yeah, Castler had a video about machine decoding a CW, right? And I think that is a good example of why CW is really analog and audio, right? Because the machines can't decode it because everybody's fist is different. And that it really needs to be treated as almost a phone mode.
Well, their machines can decode it when machines send it.
Right. Yeah, right. Yes, that's true.
And there are guys out there that run contests using machines at over 100 words a minute. And I'm not kidding it. There are several videos out there of them running contests at over 100 words a minute.
Yeah, I've seen it, and you can hear them on the bands, right? But
yeah.
Human CW needs a human decoder.
Mm-hmm. It does, and the only reason I've got the PrepCom is because it does really help someone get familiar with it. There's no reason for you to stick with it per se. I just think it's kind of almost a crutch, because I'm getting to the point where I think that for me to get CW again like I used to have it, I'm going to have to do it by ear. I don't think I can do it where I'm writing it down. I just simply can't write it 15 words a minute even.
No.
It just
no,
yeah,
no. There's no way.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can hear it at 35, but I can't write it fast enough, so I need a crutch for that part. And eventually I'll pick it back up by ear.
I mean, you're mostly... Don, you're so close to being CW proficient, and I think it would be a big boon to your POTA experience, I think. Because you did it already. You were already there, right?
I was years... Well, I'm one of those hams. And by the way, this is... We're almost in August, but August 1991 is when I got my extra class license. So I'm...
Oh, wow.
30... I'm 30 years an extra class.
Well, congratulations. That's awesome.
Thanks. And so anyway, yes, I went back when I did it, you had to pass 20 word a minute. And I did, and not only did I pass it, but I enjoyed doing it. And I did it for a few years, again, until we moved and we took down all the HF stuff. And so I still remember doing it, but I don't remember the characters that well. And then what I'm finding is that I can't write as fast as I used to, which is stupid, but anyway.
All right. Well, let's do this. I don't know that... I think most of the people here are regulars, but if there's anybody here who hasn't been here before or would like to say hi as a first-timer, maybe been lurking for a while and just haven't talked, feel free to come forward, say hi, and if you have a question, we'd love to answer it. So go ahead.
Ask 3 or 4 of us, and you'll get 5 or 6 opinions.
Well, we do a really good job of, I think, on our Discord. I also believe the other Discords are good at this too, but it's a welcoming community. It's about people getting started in ham radio, but also staying in ham radio. It's not just for beginners, it's for everybody, because everybody is interested in new and different things, and it changes all the time.
Yeah, and like I was telling Liberty Cave earlier, if you guys come onto the streams and get into the chat and engage in the chat, all of the chats are very, very friendly, just like this talking is, or this discussion is. And you really do get to know a lot of those guys, a lot of the guys that are like Josh that are presenting, etc. And we just have a really good time. Mm-hmm. And it's really enjoyable, and it makes even getting on the radios more enjoyable, because you never know, like, am I going to get Josh today? Might I be able to talk to Mike, KNMRD? Might I get a hold of Jason? It gives you these friends out in distant places that you wouldn't otherwise know. And so, like, we can be the next generation of those guys that get on HF and talk to each other for hours, because we know each other that well.
I mean, we've been doing this for a while, man. We've been out here since 2018 is when I started doing these live streams, and I've missed a couple, but I tell you, we hit most of them, and the purpose of it is just to get people out here and get people confident on the radio, and make them, make is the wrong word, but to continue to foster their interest in radio. And that's the whole point. We've been doing this for years. There's a lot of really great people that is in this chat, like Don, who's been here for a long, long time. Ham Radio for Non-Techies as well. Many, many people. Look at all the names in here. It get out there, have fun with it, and if you get stuck, that's why we're here. Help you out. We'll get you going. The idea always is like to get you off your roadblock and back onto enjoying the hobby, because there are a lot of roadblocks, and we probably hit all of them. I'm sure I hit all of them with my face multiple times. So that's the point.
And Josh, you do a great job, of
well, thank you.
Encouraging, the platform and the method to welcome everybody and encourage them to ask questions. And anything I would add to it is, you tend to say a new ham. Well, there's guys that have been hams for 10, 20 years that have questions.
Oh, sure.
Right? Maybe trying to to more clearly encourage that too.
I always say that everybody's a new ham every time you try something new in ham radio. The only difference is that you bring your toolkit that you have in your brain of ham radio that you experienced before. So you might pick it up faster, and you likely will, right? But that's the reality of it, is that we're all new every time we do something new in ham radio. We're picking up something for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got me, Josh. Between your channel and Ham Radio Adventures and Whiskey for DX, I actually got motivated to get my general here this last weekend. So thanks.
Oh, congratulations! So you're going to start doing POTA then, it sounds like.
I am, yeah. We got a 7300. I'm looking for an 891 right now. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
All right. Looking for an 891 right now, but I'm probably going to start with a 7300. But we got the trip coming up here in October, which I'm heading to. So it's going to be a good time since no one has to babysit me anymore.
Good.
Where are you headed?
It's a Pacific Beach trip. We did one
okay.
last year.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So this time I'm actually going to be able to go out and do my own thing if I want to.
Oh, nice. And there'll be probably plenty of radios out there if you don't happen to get the 891 before then.
Yeah.
Man, why
also,
is digital such a
in that
pain?
vein, I see on Ham Alert you guys are on the same frequency. You guys make contact on FT8 yet with guys out in Orcas Island?
I am north of them, and I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear them.
Yeah.
Are they? They got to be running. They got to be running a. They have to be running a buddi-stick Pro.
I think the BSP is one of the options, and
sorry,
a 705.
A buddy hex. They got to have a buddy hex out there.
I don't.
Isn't Chris out there?
Chris, Heath, and Craig are out there.
But Chris from Buddy Pole.
No, not Chris. Mike Ping, Keith, and Craig. You said Chris, and I got stuck in my mind. No, I don't think they fit the buddy hex on the boat. The pictures I've been seeing, there's a BSP and probably a long wire somewhere out there.
Really? Okay. So I listened. Ethan got him. Got him in. Okay. So let's do it. By the way, guys. So if you're new in HF ham radio and you don't know what to do, the best thing you can do is pull up. Let's pull up Parks on the Air. Here you go. So here's Parks on the Air spots. Like, this is the website, Parks on the Air. You can set it to the band you want, which is, let's say, 20, and we'll do single sideband. Hey, there's two people out there. We4DX is not one of them, so okay, they're probably not on 20. So maybe they're on 40. Let's go to. Why aren't you showing me all? There's nobody on 40 right now?
Yeah, go to all modes.
There we go. Jeez.
There they are. Whiskey Echo 4 Delta X-ray.
Well, what mode are they running?
Well, you were just on the screen. I don't know. They were there. There they are, right there.
So
K3181.
Oh, they're on FT8 right now. So, okay.
20 meter FT8.
So, if I'm going to stop making contacts. So, let's do this. Contacts have already slowed down, so that's fine. I'm going to point my beam fully north here. I don't know that I can hit them, by the way. I've been listening, but we'll see. So I have a directional antenna, which means I can generally make it listen more and transmit more in one location. So I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen for We4DX.
Out of curiosity, can you look up Alpha Echo 2 Tango? Because he was the guy that spotted him. I wonder where he is. Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's a hunter. This is he's a big game hunter.
Yeah, he's in New York, and he's the one that spotted him recently. So they're being heard out into New York.
Right. So we're looking for We4DX. Hopefully they give a CQ call or something like that. We see, but we're also going to get. So the by the way, all
there they are. There they are. They're on your screen.
Where? Oh yeah, there they are. Oh, got them. Okay, there we go. Good.
-5.
So, by the way, I was going to say that the WSJTX screen is the gray screen that's on the top. I leave it that color just so people can see the stark contrast. The lower screen with all the call signs on it is Grid Tracker. And a lot of people use Grid Tracker because it's a really easy way to find stations to make contacts with. And all you have to do is like click on them, and then you can start making a contact, which is what I'm doing, which is the flashing red box there with We4DX. So we'll see. We'll see if they can hear me. Oh, it's 2 times now. They haven't. Do I have to go back on the amp? Do I have to go back on the amp?
I see somebody working them.
Oh, they're working it. Somebody's working them right now. Yep.
Oh, there's somebody working Rolly.
I dipped out for a bit. Is this still the thing you built?
No, this 7610.
Yeah, no.
I was about to be like, damn.
Yeah. If you saw if you saw that for the QDX Mini. Oh, there it is. There they are. I'm a +1. Okay, I don't need the amp. Oh yeah, they're way up there.
Dang near Canada.
I see people working them. I don't think I can hear them.
You might be able to, Don.
Not so far.
Michael, thank you so much for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. So now this is where the wheels are gonna come off a little bit. I'm gonna keep doing contacts. We can keep talking ham radio. Please interrupt me, but I have a movie recommendation.
Okay.
Are you ready for this?
Yep.
Everywhere. What is it? Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Yeah, you talked about that last week.
I saw it. Man, it is one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life. It is really good. I may even go watch it. Everybody's gone. I may rewatch it just so I can catch up on parts that I missed. It is literally like The Matrix. Like it is like The Matrix. It feels like watching The Matrix. It's not guns and shooting and all that stuff. It's not like that. But man, it is. I have not seen a movie like this in some time where they do something that's so different, and it's really good. It's really good.
Where can you watch it?
You can stream it. You can download it on whatever. I got it on Google. I think it was like $17 to buy it. You can rent it for a couple of bucks. You can get it on different streaming services. It is just, it's just so good. It is so good. It is the best movie I've seen in a long time. And I mean that like in the term of years of movies. Years of movies.
Hey, I'm going to ask a question about my QDX.
Yeah, go ahead.
What ports? Where am I finding ports in my device manager?
Well, so if you go to ports, I'll pull it up. Hold on.
It's in your it's under ports.
So if you scroll down to ports, com and LPT. Ports, com, LPT.
You don't have ports. So do you have the USB cable plugged in?
Yes, I do, but I have not turned on the radio again.
Oh, well, you have to turn the radio on.
Turn the radio on. And then when you do, you should see Windows start to respond that it's installing the device drivers, at least the first time.
Sean, if you like Michelle Yeoh, then you will you will love this movie. You will love it. The trailer did not do it justice. I haven't seen it. I don't know the trailer, but you will love it. So yeah, if you gotta have power to your QDX to get it on USB. The name
it's showing
is
COM.4 is
Yes.
the one that changed.
Yeah. So that's the best way to do it is you pull up your device manager and you show your ports, and then you plug it in, and you should gain a port, and then that's the one you use. The movie is Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Mm-hmm. Was it you that told me about Wind River as well?
Wind River?
Wind River? That's a version of Linux.
No, Wind River is a movie with
No.
the arrow shooting dude.
Legolas?
Oh,
The arrow
from
shooting dude.
yeah, I can't remember. No,
Tex Grebner?
the guy that
Marvel.
Oh, Hawkeye.
Yeah, Hawkeye.
Not me.
Was it
I'm
Wind
not-
River?
I mean, it might be, but I'm not a big fan of Hawkeye.
Yeah,
It might have been from the podcast that you guys you said something
we,
about
we,
it. It was
we
pretty-
definitely didn't talk about Wind River. I don't know that I've seen. Is that a movie? Oh, okay, I gotta pull it up. What are you talking about?
The Gray Man was pretty awesome.
On
Yeah, my
Netflix?
wife told me yesterday I needed to watch that one.
Oh, that's the one with Ryan Reynolds and Captain America, right?
Not Ryan Reynolds. I don't
No, isn't it? Is it the one?
Oh,
with the
Ryan
rock?
Gosling. Ryan Gosling. Yeah.
Ryan
Oh,
Gosling.
okay.
Oh yeah, Wind River is Jeremy Renner's in it. The oldest baby, the oldest baby human. 2017. I haven't seen it. Let me see. Oh wait, have I seen it? I might have seen it because Elizabeth Olsen is in it, who is Scarlet Witch.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
I've watched this movie. This must have been an old podcast. How old was this podcast?
It was a few months ago, I think.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah,
He said something about it being the only movie he played in worth watching.
Yeah. It's the one where they're like in an ice camp, and he goes in to bail out multiple. It's okay. Yes. Now I'm now I'm remembering.
Yeah, because he's a fish and wildlife guy. and
Yeah.
he's
Yes.
FBI
Yeah. He's fish and wildlife like special forces.
Professional hunter.
Yeah.
His part isn't all that good, but the movie was okay.
Oh, you watched it? You liked it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was okay. So now I'm tracking.
The Wind River Indian Reservation.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right, man. Good lord, I totally forgot this movie.
I'm Jane Banner, FBI.
That's Corey Lambert. He's the one who found the body.
That's what COVID will get me. I'm telling you, I've caught up on all the podcasts. Everything's good.
All right.
How far do you think someone could run barefoot out here?
I knew that girl. She's a fighter.
Josh has the JAs chasing him.
I know. I don't even have the beam at him right now.
Driving this fed around. They asked me to do.
You don't have to.
Not what I'm doing. But what are you doing?
But yeah, I did
think
get
we're doing?
Whiskey Echo 4 Delta X-ray.
I got him too. We got.
They ended up hearing me at a +3, so maybe they do have the beam out there.
Yeah, someone keeps telling me. Multiple people have told me I got to go watch the Orville, and
Absolutely
specifically,
fantastic.
Specifically that there is a. Actually, I think it might be you, Scott, who was saying that like there's a juxtaposition where it feels like they did all the comedy stuff to get it made, but then now that they hit a certain benchmark, they're actually doing real Star Trek type stuff.
It's a little more serious now in the new
awesome.
Horizon season.
That's awesome.
But the production, the stuff that they're doing, the writing, the special effects, the sets that they're making are insane. I mean, they must be spending insane amounts of money to make each episode.
Yeah, they are. But then what I heard is this is it after this.
Actually, I heard they're slated now for possibly 2 more seasons. I can't confirm it, but there's so much out there.
Yeah, there's so much BS. But I mean, I had heard that. Who's the main dude?
McFarlane.
Yeah, McFarlane doesn't want to do it anymore, which doesn't make any sense to me.
I thought that was the reason why it changed. It went more towards the Trekkie side was because of him. I thought that was the rumor, right?
Well, yes, but I think that I had also heard that he was still tired of doing it and tired of putting all of that together. I don't know.
It's his creation.
I know. It made no sense to me. And this was, God, what was it? One of those screen, like Variety or something like that.
Well, shoot. Where's it on? Where's the Orville on?
Hulu.
Hulu.
No, I hate Hulu. God damn it.
I know. I hate it too. But...
That's the only place it is now, though.
Oh, we got greenlit for Dune Part 2. The new Dune remake.
Mm-hmm.
Dune Part 2 is coming out. They're working on.
Okay.
I've also heard. Oh, go ahead.
Don? Did you watch it?
What? Dune?
Dune. Yeah.
No, I won't until it streams.
It's streaming on HBO.
I don't have HBO.
Oh, okay. All right.
I've also heard that there is a new, not a reboot, but they're doing another Battlestar Galactica.
Shut
up. It's going to tie into the newer series, which is now canon. And it's going to maybe be like the viewpoint from the Cylons or the viewpoint from the Cylons that broke off.
Do you know how complicated that shit got?
It's going to be insane.
The new Battlestar Galactica got so complicated that I was like, I gotta head out. I can't deal with the Cylon madness anymore.
See,
it was crazy.
Series?
No, I didn't either. And the thing
my
is,
wife did. Leia did for sure.
I loved Caprica, and then they canceled the freaking thing.
If you watch the end of BSG 75, it's actually a really cool twist at the end. It'll hit you upside the head. You're like, oh my god, I never saw that coming.
Scott, I think I've said this before on this after chat. One of my favorite television moments was when Battlestar the Battlestar Galactica, the ship, bellied over and started cresting into the atmosphere of that prison planet where half the crew was. That was when I saw that happening. I was like, "This is one of the best moments in television I've ever seen."
Oh yeah. When Adama jumped it, used the FTL and jumped into the atmosphere of New Caprica.
Yes.
Yeah, that was insane. That was crazy.
And pulled all his people out. I was like, "This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. This is so awesome. This is like, this was like shark jumping territory for this this show." And like when what was the second in command, the guy with the eye patch from Ty. Colonel Ty on that planet, like he was like one of the best characters. He was the most dynamic. Wasn't the greatest guy, but like as an actor, I was like, oh, this is you could feel his turmoil and everything he's going through. I loved every part of that season. And then the season started getting all crazy with all the Cylon stuff, and it was.
It all ties together very well. If you give it a chance, it does tie together very well. And as far as Colonel Ty goes, he came down here for Comic Palooza a couple years ago, and I was doing security for a lot of the Battlestar people. And he and I sat in the bar and we're drinking.
No way!
We were drinking. We were having a Guinness drinking contest. I sat down with him and the guy who played Adama in Caprica. I forgot his name. He's really popular. He was the. He was the CEO in
how many Guinness? How many Guinness did you drink? What was
Esai Morales.
What was the contest?
Yeah.
Well, tell me how many Guinness you drank. What was the contest?
Oh, I think we drank like 4 or 5 each.
Okay.
He just kept going. He was rocking it.
That's pretty good.
We sat down there. After that was done, Esai Morales came down, and we all sat there getting drunk with him in the bar, singing Beatles songs.
I love that. I love that.
Pretty cool.
Hi, Josh, 73. Hi. Somebody's literally sending me messages on FT8 right now. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I liked BSG. I don't think I can say I loved it.
Did you guys ever have any like at all for God? What was I going to say?
I might have liked it, Don. I can give
Flash
you.
Gordon.
No. It was one of those science fiction shows. Warehouse 13.
Oh, my
Warehouse
wife.
13 was awesome.
My wife watched every one of those shows. Every
loved that.
one of them.
Yeah.
And I got so distracted by it. It got real cheesy. Real cheesy.
I've got Warehouse 13. I've got Fringe.
Fringe is great. God.
Yeah,
And,
I didn't
one other
like
one. Oh,
Fringe.
Eureka. We got Eureka on.
Oh, she loved Eureka too.
Loved it.
It's like a saccharine sheen. Like it's very shiny. It's very shiny, supernatural, right? Does that right? Am I wrong? Like it. Eureka. Okay, so the main character in Eureka, that security guard, great. The best. He was like the Maytag guy.
Yes,
He's the Maytag guy, right? He ended up being the Maytag guy. Fantastic. Best casting ever. The one that feels that way is Space Force. Space Force feels that way to me. Have you watched Space Force?
I watched an episode or two of it, and I just couldn't get into it.
Who's the
Steve Carell?
No, he's not the best character. John Malkovich is the best character. John Malkovich is amazing. He's like all those crazy tech fellows that I deal with. Like the guys who have been doing hard engineering their whole life at like the peak of, like, I don't know how to explain this. They're wholly in the conceptual design phase. Like they live their life in spaces where we might be able to produce this 5-10 years from now, or we'll start working on it right now, but it's a product that will be in the future, like 10 years in the future. High-minded, wild dudes, really, really esoteric people. And I literally know people just like that guy from John Malkovich in Space Force. And then I also know guys like Steve Carell in Space Force. Yeah, John Malkovich is amazing. He's awesome. So if you like John Malkovich, you'll like Space Force because he's just crazy.
Did you ever see the movie called Inside John Malkovich?
Is it called that?
Yes,
no, it's called Being John Malkovich.
I looked it up just now, and but yeah, because I was thinking, wait a minute, that doesn't sound like the type.
Is it Inside John Malkovich? Okay, I didn't complete it. I think I watched like 15 minutes of it, and like I gotta get.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's called Being John Malkovich.
Okay.
Yeah. For some reason, that does come up as Inside John Malkovich, but oh man, that is a spacey ass movie.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen it?
I think I watched 15 minutes of it, and I'm like, I gotta head out. It couldn't maintain.
Oh really, man? My wife and I both watched that, and we're just like, what the hell are they trying to say?
Yeah. Complete juxtaposition. The Northman. Who watched The Northman? Scott?
The movie or the show?
The movie.
I have not seen the movie yet. I want to, but my wife's like, I'm so tired of Viking movies. Our whole house is Viking everything. Every freaking wall has axes and swords and animal skins everywhere.
Scott, go watch The Northman. Go watch
I'm gonna
The
have
Northman.
to.
It's crazy. It is so good.
I just finished The Boys.
Oh yeah! The Boys is the best thing Amazon's doing. Period.
That was pretty brutal.
I got to start that again. I had watched the first season. The second season came around, and I just could not get into it. I watched like 3 or 4, and I'm like, no, I lost all hope.
For The Boys? After what season?
Yes, after the end of the second season.
Where he finds his kid?
Yeah, and he keeps going back to the where I can't remember, the British guy keeps going back and trying to talk to his old wife, and convince her and all of that. Yeah, and I'm like,
Carl Urban.
Yeah, I'm like, no,
Butcher.
Butcher. Yeah, exactly. And I was like, no, sorry, I'm out. because it got too. I don't know. It felt like it was too formulaic for me.
Oh, this new season is wild.
I had a really hard time getting past the first 10 minutes of episode 1.
Yeah.
But beyond that, the rest of it was great.
Well, I was hooked in episode 1, but and I loved the first season.
No, I'm talking about episode 1 of the new season.
Oh, the new season's wild. Are you talking about the guy that got shrunk down real small?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
In his little adventure?
Yeah.
You mean Ant-Man?
Yeah,
because that's what it sounds like.
Let's call him Ant-Man.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I mean, how close to Marvel do they need to get?
But that's the point. They're supposed to be poking fun at, like, if comic book heroes were real, they'd be monsters.
Yeah.
They'd be absolute monsters.
The other thing that got me was the fact that they're trying to make that girl out to be something like a superhero.
Starlight?
And I'm like, no. The other one, the one with the dark hair.
Oh, Homelander. Oh, no.
No.
You're talking about Homefront.
Yeah, where she's basically showing up. She's showing up Homelander about every week when I was watching. I'm like, forget this shit.
No, but that's on purpose, Don. That's on purpose.
Oh, I know.
That's on purpose.
Watch what happens in season 3.
Yeah, you should watch what happens to. Dude, yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, and the thing was, I didn't know what direction they're going. If they're taking it in the direction that she gets her comeuppance, then I'm all for it.
Oh yeah. No, she's a neo-Nazi. Like, that's the point.
Okay.
Yeah.
To me, it was getting to the point of, they're going to try to replace Homelander with this chick because they're trying to make this woke shit again, and I'm not going to watch it.
No, Don. No.
That's the vibe I got.
No, Don. No. Homefront is like the biggest neo-Nazi. She got her powers from like refugee Nazis. That's how she got her powers. That's the whole. Dude, Don, please go watch. Please stick to it, because that is all a front. It's all a front. That whole show is about tearing down any perceived notions about what you expect. That show it just tears. It's such a good show. It's such a good show.
Oh yeah, I know that already, Scott. But that cartoon that Josh was pointing out, man, you do not watch that thing and have something in your stomach.
What show?
Oh, the superhero cartoon you got us.
Yeah.
Oh, Invincible?
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a season 2 coming for that?
No, that's so is Nolan gone? Has Omni-Man left?
Well, I mean, the last episode, it seems like they're leading into.
They left it wide open.
Yeah, it's like wide open for another season, because that super character was taking the son up to follow his father or something. I can't remember now, but it was like, okay, yeah, right. So what's going to happen in the next episode? And it's like, wait a minute, you mean that's it? So it's like, okay, yeah, no, there's got to be a second season.
I mean, was it only 2 seasons? Was Invincible?
It was only one season, right?
No. Really? Did Invincible fight Omni-Man? Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. There was more than one season. That's more than one season.
Like where he kicks the kid's ass and all of that kind of stuff, and then flies off planet.
Yeah, because he's oh God, what's his race? Something with a V.
Right. Yeah, he's his super race.
But he's like if Superman went completely tyrannical, right? Like if Superman's entire race was just completely bent on domination of other cultures.
Exactly.
And races.
And this other being from another planet that is not quite as powerful, but he's been taken over and his planet's been destroyed, and he's coming down, and he comes and gets the kid and explains all this to him.
Oh, when they go to the moon, when they talk on the moon.
Exactly.
Yeah. The guy with the blue skin guy.
Yeah,
or
that's
green skin.
Yeah. At that point, that's the last I saw, and it's like
Voltramite.
Okay,
Yes, Jody.
Yes.
God, Jody knows all the things. Voltramite. Yep.
Yeah. But I mean, so has there been another season after that?
No. I don't know if there's gonna be one. To be
Latest
honest,
news-
that show was crazy. That show was
Latest-
freaking wild.
Latest news says, as of April 2022, there's been no confirmation about when exactly the second season will turn up, though we'll hopefully hear something soon. And there's possible talk for season 3 now.
Oh, cool.
So apparently going to come back and do it, but that was just a lot of fun. I didn't know what to think about it at first, but I was instantly hooked on that one.
I do have to say, like, there's multiple YouTube videos about the Invincible's girlfriend and how much crap she gave him, and like the whole her whole character, and I started thinking back, and I was like, yeah, no, she was way too serious, like, about everything he did, and then she said, oh no, I knew you were a superhero for a while now, so she's just like gaslighting him, like like giving him a hard time, but then knowing that he was a superhero and trying to protect people, and then you saw what he had to deal with, like people's arms just getting severed and completely exploded, and all the stuff that he had to deal with. Just crazy.
Well, every time they put him and that girl together, I would just like fast forward through it. I was like, no, I'm not watching that shit. I didn't think that added anything to the story.
Yeah, I don't really blame you. I think in the end, I think that's probably
now to me the more interesting thing was when that red-haired superhero girl kind of hung out with him, and that was more interesting to me than his regular girlfriend, the kind of black girl, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, I don't remember what her powers were. But...
Yeah, I don't remember either, but she was pretty powerful in her own right. But she wasn't anywhere near, Dad's level.
Right.
None of them were.
Yeah. That's kind of the point, is that
right.
He's Viltrumite blood, so his powers are beyond that of, like, human superheroes.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he could... Well, okay. Anybody... I'm not going to say anything more because, oh my god, everything about that show is spoilers. Like, literally the first episode is, like, a huge spoiler. Thawak, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but at this point, if you have not seen it, go watch it.
It's
great.
Yeah. It is one of the better shows, for sure. For sure.
Hey, Josh and chat. First time being on the Afterchat here is Kenny, KD9 VDLZ. I tried to hit you there on JS8 there a little bit ago, and I think I was making the trip, but I couldn't hear you back. But just wanted to say thanks for all the information. About a month in from getting my extra tested for all three there last month through GLARD. Awesome content. Discord is pretty cool, so just thanks for what all of you do.
Kenny, thank you so much for hopping out here. Appreciate you jumping in there, finding some space to talk. And if you want to send me try again on a contact, I'll try and get you in there. And I appreciate the kind words. You want to try? Are you? Did you see yourself on my screen when you were transmitting?
No, I was just calling out towards you. I could see on your screen that I was coming up, but I can't see you on my...
Oh, you weren't calling me directly.
Right. Well, no, I wasn't responding to your CQ.
Oh, yeah, respond to my CQ. Go ahead.
I think he's saying he can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Right, I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Don't that.
WSJT.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But hey, I appreciate you coming out. Kenny, you have any questions or anything like
that? No. I'm just diving in on everything. Kids and I did our first POTA Monday last week. I got 7300 and the GRA antenna that you reviewed, and that
you
worked
got
out
it.
Great. Yeah.
Nice.
Tripod's pretty good too.
It worked out great. We had, I think we did 2 parks, had 58 contacts altogether.
Nice.
Kids had a blast. My daughter's 12. She's probably going to test for tech probably later this fall. She's loving it. So.
Awesome. That's awesome. Great job.
So yeah, I mean, it's been good. We're actually getting ready to move out of the city. I got a real minimal setup right now. I got a 40-meter wire inverted dipole up in a tree, and then it's, like I said, tuned for 20 or for 40, and then I've got the GRA sitting out in the yard right now talking on 20. So I'm loving it. That's good stuff.
Very good. So you're getting out there. So that's good, man. Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us out here. I appreciate it. So there was apparently there's been some chats on the Venture Brothers or Venture Bros.
Mm-hmm.
Have you watched that, Don? Have you seen Venture
Bros? No, well, I've seen it a couple of times, and I was like, no, not interested.
I love that cartoon. That cartoon is fantastic. Dr. Girlfriend is my favorite character in the whole thing. Dr. Girlfriend and the Moth. Or, is it the Moth? It's not the Moth. The Wasp? Anyway, doesn't matter. It's so good. All the characters are just fantastic. And all the drama that they put into literal cartoons, just the best. The best.
Mm-hmm.
The Monarch. Thank you. The Monarch. Yeah, the Moth. I don't know. I think I'm getting my lines twisted with the Tick. But anyway. Yeah, no, I love the Venture Brothers. Venture Brothers is amazing. They're done. Are they done, though? I thought they'd been done for a while.
Yeah, I think they've been done for a while. Because comedy, let's see, it wasn't comedy. Cartoon Network, I mean, God, have they had anything other than Rick and Morty for, like, forever? I don't think they've had anything. Love Rick and Morty, but I don't get them anymore. See, that's the thing. I don't get Cartoon Network anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm totally like, I want to watch more of Rick and Morty, and the only thing I've seen is on Hulu. The last I looked, they only had the up to, I think, season 3, which I've seen, and so they haven't put any of the new ones out. And so I love Rick and Morty, but those other ones, like at that time, if I'm not mistaken, I couldn't stay up late enough to watch those because of my work schedule at that time, and so I didn't watch a lot of them. I did watch Space Ghost Coast to Coast, and what was that one with the?
I love Space Ghost. Space Ghost was.
What was that one with, like, the kid's name was Brack or something like that?
Yeah, the Brack Show.
Yeah. Oh God, I love that one. And C-Lab 2021.
C-Lab 2021 was my favorite. I liked Aqua Teen Hunger Force, but C-Lab 2021 was my favorite. Captain Murphy actually passed away many years ago, but oh man, that was the peak of Adult Swim. C-Lab 2021 was the best. I still watch those episodes. I love C-Lab 2021.
Yeah. And I loved those, but Venture Brothers and that Aqua Teen Hunger Force, no, I just never could get into either one of those. I didn't find either one of those funny.
I couldn't do Squidbillies. Bob Beth Nobe said couldn't do Squidbillies. Sean Weiland, though, the days of Aqua Teen Hunger Force and C-Lab 2021 are in the past. Yeah, that is true. That is very true.
Well, and they were making fun of cartoons that were
way old.
Cartoons.
Well, they were reusing. They were reusing. C-Lab is entirely asset based off of like the 70s and 60s. Like
I know because I watched the originals.
Super old.
I watched.
Yeah.
Thanks, Josh.
No, but I mean, like that goes way back, right?
Yeah. I watched those when I was a kid, and
oh my God.
I mean, Scott, I did.
No. I'm saying Scott just dropped a picture of his wife with Colonel Ty from Battlestar Galactica hanging out and drinking. I love it, dude. I love it. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. That's killer.
I just checked on Hulu, and Rick and Morty has season 5, but that's the latest that Hulu has.
Oh, they do, because I haven't seen 4 or 5.
I thought I was caught up, but maybe I gotta go look. What's the oh man, it's the David Bowie tribute episode is just so good.
I think the last season I remember watching was the one with Pickle Rick in it.
That's like third or fourth season.
Yeah, the third, I think.
Yeah.
Because I've seen a lot of memes and things like that about the other two seasons, and so I know I'm way behind on them, but I just could not find where I could watch them. And right now I'm watching this shit on YouTube that I cannot believe. I cannot stop watching. It's just crazy shit. There's these two people. One of them's name's Brooks and the other one's name's Alicia. And they go all over the frickin' country playing miniature golf. And I cannot stop watching those two. They've had a YouTube channel since like 2018 or 2017. And all they do is travel around and play miniature golf at all these places all over the country.
Wait, what is that? What does that say that again? What's the name of their group?
It's if you look on YouTube, it's called Brooks Holt.
Okay.
That's his channel name, I believe. And
okay, Don.
I don't know what his story is, but man,
Don.
Yeah.
Look up Country Club Adjacent. You will have fun. Just
okay on
YouTube or TikTok. YouTube or TikTok. Country Club Adjacent.
Do not do TikTok.
They are a group of guys who their funniest videos are where they will have their whole recording set up behind people that are like teeing up, and they will just roast them as they're teeing up, and it is so funny. It is so funny.
I may have seen him because I did because I'm a big John Daly fan. And they
yeah, hell yeah! All right,
yeah, they
all right, Don. Yeah, me too, man. I love John
100,
Daly.
Yeah, $100 a hole, and yeah, Daly was just goofing off and beating the crap.
He was doing it one-handed through half of it. Hell yeah!
Yeah, with a beer or something.
Yeah, dude, John Daly's popular again. Like he's back again. Like he's getting popular in the meta. Like he's out there, dude. John Daly's a wild guy. Wild guy.
Yeah. I love the beard that he's got. See, golf is one of those things that I just like watch the crap out of. Just watch the crap.
Do you really? I didn't know
yes.
this. We're learning Don factoids right now. I love golf. I love golf. I love it. I'm not good at it, but I love it. I think it's a great sport.
I don't.
I do. But the problem I have with I'm both a lover of golf, but I'm completely I have animosity with golf in that like it takes a lot of water to make a golf club and a lot of space where you could like house people, right?
Oh yeah.
That's the part that bothers me about it.
Yeah. And I'll tell you where I got into it. I got into it years ago playing computer golf. And the dumb thing about computer golf is that it takes the skill of hitting the club or using the of hitting the ball with the club, okay? Takes that out of there. Now, why would you want to do that? Because you see the other part of the game that you don't see when you're focused on your own game out. Well, no, you actually don't. There's a huge other game beyond that game. And like the level at which like John Daly and those guys play, completely different level. And I'm not talking about hitting the ball. I'm talking about all the things that go into getting onto that course and becoming a pro and staying a pro and making money at it and all of that kind of stuff.
Well, it's how to turn it into a business.
Well, you start to learn what like those guys that are in the like 125th tier and stuff like that, and you see their pain, which you wouldn't normally do. I mean, you don't get that sense by just watching them try to putt or whatever, or the fact that they don't ever get on TV, all of that kind of stuff. There's just a whole nother game on top of a game that comes from playing the course. The other thing is too,
sounds like YouTube.
Yeah, kind of. But
Exactly.
you also learn more about playing the course than you do playing your clubs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
Yeah, because you learn to like play the course. I mean, if you like for instance, think if you could just sit in front of a computer and you were on that computer, you were as good as Tiger Woods was, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So then what is the game that he's playing that you can't play as a regular golfer?
Well, I mean, I think we all know that is like tens of thousands of hours of muscle memory that he started building from the time he was a child.
But given the fact that he's got that, so what is the game that he's playing? What is he out there playing? It's a different game than what you play every Saturday or whenever you play.
It is 100% at the professional level of being able to reduce the amount of strokes.
But what is that? I mean, and by the way, that's very different. Or it's not always about like making the best shots you can, which is obviously the part of the game. But the fact that you have the skill to make shots that a regular golfer can't. So when you look at a course and you're looking at a dog leg left or whatever,
right?
You don't do the dog leg left. You go through the dog leg left. Things like that, because you know you have the skills to do that, or you know what your skills are to get you to, a 3, like for instance with John Daly, you can get a 4 or 5. And this is one of the things that I learned playing computer golf. There's a big difference between a guy that can hit, a 400-yard drive and somebody that can only do 275. And it changes the way that those two guys play their game, and they can compete against each other.
Sure.
But there's a difference in the way that the one golfer plays it versus the other golfer.
Well, a consistent layup will at least get you to a point where the approach becomes the most important aspect of the game, and that's where I would argue that most people say the approach is the most important part of it.
Well, but the guys that are like Tiger, who are hitting those really long balls and then have a very short thing to get onto the green, are much better in most cases than somebody that's a shorter and has to have a longer
and lay up on a second and a third. Yeah. But I mean that's the whole point, right? Is that like if you think about how difficult it actually is to wield a metal rod with a flat thing at the end to drive a ball, the closer you get to the pin, to the hole, you're going to be more accurate, just statistically, because you're closer, right? And if you can be better at getting closer from that far away, then you will always be better than everyone else. Like that's the innate, like, crazy wild skill that people like John Daly and Tiger Woods have. That, I mean, how'd they get there? Some of it's born in that they just got it better, they achieved it better, and some of it's like Tiger Woods, where he just drilled his ass off for his entire life until he achieved that level of capability.
Yeah. Have you ever listened to John Daly talk?
Oh, Josh.
Yeah, he's wild. Was it Tom? Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah. Hey, it's Tom, AF7J here. So I saw your video on assembling the QRPLabs radio. How did that all turn out?
It turned out to a working radio. It works.
Okay.
It's working. Yeah. Now.
Yeah, I voted for you to have it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
You would get it working.
I appreciate that. There was a moment there where I wasn't sure if it was going to work completely, but we got it set up on the Afterchat, and I made some I made some contacts on it. I got Joe Eisenberg on that radio, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, it's a cool. I mean, if you think about like a pack of cards that you put in your pocket, you take that around with your little Jankopotomus laptop, doing 12 volts. Give it a battery. Give it a K6 ARK antenna. It'd be pretty good. You'll make some contacts. I guarantee it.
I was going to suggest, are you going to try that thing with that small micro laptop you have?
No. The micro laptop, I don't know. I like the Jankopotomus. I got to be honest with you. The $60 laptop, the Windows laptop.
I was just thinking for portability, you can put the laptop in one pocket, the radio in another pocket, and the antenna in your little tiny pocket.
That's true. Yeah, no, you're right. No, you're right. That's true.
So, does that have like a built-in sound card interface then? So
Yeah.
it can do FT8 right away?
Yeah, it's one USB port. It does all the things off of one USB port, even to the serial connection for doing like test capability. Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
All right, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. I think I'm gonna head out here. I'm gonna go wait for the family to get home and put a movie on or something like that. So I'm gonna head out.
Okay, well, try to stay cool over there in California.
Well, we're good. It hasn't been too hot.
Yeah.
It's been actually pretty nice. It's been a little overcast too.
Yeah, I dropped a link to that guy's channel if you ever want
Is
to
that
watch
Brooks?
mini golf. Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay, I'll check it out. Thanks, Don. I appreciate it. All right, next week we'll have a new song. Also, next week is Patron Picks. So a brand new episode selected by the patrons we'll be talking about. So it's going to be a good one. It's going to be about software-defined radios. So I hope you're ready.
Yeah.
All right.
Hope you're up on the Sun SDR, the Flex Radio, and the... No.
Yeah, I got all of them, Don. You know I got all of them.
I know you do, Josh.
You know I got all of them. Actually, I found out that Flex Radio will be at Huntsville, so I have earmarked taking some time to go talk to some people at Flex Radio. I've been always too busy to really engage with them, and I think I should. We'll do a video with them, I think. Yeah.
Well, you should also. I mean, really, I love this Sun SDR.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
And my Flex is sitting over here back behind me, not even connected anymore.
I don't believe it, Don. Don't tell me it's not so. Tell me it's not so that you're...
No, it's sitting right back here. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm going to take it over to my sister's house because it needs to... Honestly, I am disappointed and a lot of people are disappointed with the noise reduction. Anyway, I don't want to keep you, but we can talk about it sometime. I'm just not... This radio, it's a fantastic, amazing radio, but it doesn't live well in a high noise environment.
Right. Yeah.
And the 101D and the Sun have way more capability in that regard.
Interesting.
So, yeah. Anyway.
All right, everybody. I'm gonna have a new song for you next week, and uh-oh, that's my wife's. Leia, is that you?
Yeah, I'm not home.
I know you're not home. All right, everybody, take it easy. Thank you so much for watching the After Chat. Yes, this was on YouTube too. I hope you enjoyed it. This is kind of what the After Chat is, although most of it is more answering questions. But we were so focused on my little baby radio that I built today, and so yes, it's working. But anyway, normally we answer a lot more questions, and that's kind of the whole purpose of this. So. All right, everybody on Discord, thanks for being out here. I really appreciate you guys, and take it easy, okay? See ya.
Night, Josh.
Yeah, night, Josh. 73.
Get you.
All right, so I'm sorry I cut somebody off there. I apologize. Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, but I think I will lay on the couch and watch a movie. Maybe. We'll see. I do have to wrap up Stranger Things. I got through most of it. I think I'm maybe at, like, the last episode. Oh, that's Leia. And I have like one more to go. So I'm going to go do that now. And everybody, take it easy. See ya. Oh, it's not playing my song anymore? Oh, the whole thing just died. Oh. I'm trying to wrap up the show. Can I call you back?
Yes.
Thanks. This is the last time you're going to hear this song for a while.
Let's play a game. You don't even have a call sign. Let's play a game, then give us a call sign, then give us a call sign, or beat it. Let's play a game, then give us a call sign, then give us a call sign, or beat it. Let's play a game, then give us a call sign, then give us a call sign, or beat it. Let's play a game. Get your panties out of a twist, then give us a call sign, or beat it.
All right, everybody, take it easy. See